Peace and much love, everybody. Welcome back. Let me start off by saying that Christian pastor Will Duff, the millionaire who's funding the final experiment, is a big shill. Because if he's a Christian pastor, he should read his Bible when it say, God, he who sits above the throne of the circle of the earth, and that the earth is immovable. And that in the end of days, every eye shall see God in the sky, and that won't be possible on the globe. If you are a Christian, your faith literally is in conflict with science, which is why this Christian pastor can't use the Bible to prove the truth. He got to stand on theories and bogus experiments that's not even an experiment, it's an observation. Now, we're going to talk about the sun in Antarctica and what this experiment means for flat earthers. All right? So check this out. When it comes to flat earth, the sun don't got nothing to do with what the ground is doing. I'm going to be honest with you. Me as a flat earther, I never even considered what the sun was doing in Antarctica. What made me a flat earther was what the ground is doing, right? So what I'm going to say is this. After they finish with the final experiment, can they come do another experiment for the rest of us flat earthers? Because the 24-hour sun, here's my thing. If they don't see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I'm going to say that don't prove flat earth. Now, Jaron may be mad at me. A lot of flat earthers are going to be mad at me. But I'm finna give y'all a scenario. If those flat earthers go down there and the sun does what the flat earther said it should do, me as a flat earther, guess what I'm going to say? That still doesn't prove that it's flat.
Oh, my God.
Now, my whole community may turn on me, but I'm going to be honest. It doesn't prove it for me, maybe for you. But what brought me to flat earth was the curvature, water being level. And so after they through with the sun experiment, I want to know, is this millionaire still got enough money left to let's go redo the Bedford level experiment? That don't take hardly no money at all. Isn't that fair, y'all? Now, here, I'm saying on the record today, I'm willing to denounce flat earth, but not under the final experiment conditions, under my own conditions, because what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander. Some flat earthers may say, man, what brought me to flat earth was when I watched the sun do this and this and this. And for me to leave flat earth, I need to see the sun do this and this and this. I will come up and say, well, what brought me to flat earth was the Bedford level experiment. What brought me to flat earth was the fact that the rotation of the earth is debunked by hovering helicopters. So experiments to prove span and curvature would be things that'll convince Sanchez I was wrong about flat earth. But I'm quite frankly don't even care what the sun is doing in Antarctica. And like I said, even if the sun does what the flat earther said it should do, to me it just don't prove flat earth. And I will debate my own flat earthers that don't prove flat earth. And Will Duffy can fund the debate. I'll debate Jaron that he don't know what he's talking about and that the sun don't really prove. I want the globe earthers to know this. If y'all lose in Antarctica and the sun does what the flat earther said, I'll debate Jaron that it still don't prove flat earth. So I want all the globe earthers to know you got a flat earther that's on your side. If y'all lose this thing, I will debate my own flat earthers and tell them, I don't care if the sun did what you said it's supposed to do. That don't prove the shape of the earth. because I'm fair. I'm going to do this against my own people, and I'm going to do it to the globalists too. If the sun does what the globalists say, I'm going to say the same thing. I don't see how that proves the shape of the ground I'm walking on. Okay. Jeranism and David Weiss made claims about the sun, right? They are flat earthers who made claims about the sun that every flat earther didn't make. And quite frankly, to be honest, these claims kind of divided up the flat earth community, because there's a lot of flat earthers that have always disagreed with David Weiss and have always debated Jeranism on their claims about what the sun does in Antarctica. But the flat earthers that went against those guys was never given a voice. And I think that's something real suspicious about that. Okay. Why do they want everyone to think that all flat earthers agree with David Weiss and Jeranism? This seemed very fishy. Why are they ignoring Bro Sanchez? I'm going to say this again for the people joining. I am not a traitor. I am not a shield. But I'm just an honest man. And no, I'm not hating on Jeranism. I'm not hating on Whitsitt. I'm keeping it real. If the sun does what Jaron said it's supposed to do, he's not a hero to flat earthers, and it don't prove that the earth is flat either. Real talk. I want the globe earthers to know that this is a win-win for y'all. Because listen, globe earthers, if the sun does what y'all want it to do, I'ma still say it don't prove the shape of the earth, right? But here's why it's a win-win for y'all. If the sun actually does what Jaron wanted to do, I got my own flat earth community that's gonna go out to him and say, you still ain't proved the shape of the earth. Because that's just being fair. So not only do those flat earthers got to go against the globe earthers, they got to go against flat earth groups like mine too, who've always said from the beginning, what is happening in the sky don't got nothing to do with what the shape of the ground is. Flat earthers have been telling each other that, because you got a lot of flat earthers that try to prove that the ground is flat by making claims about the stars and different stuff like that. And as a community, we've always told them, hey man, what happens in the sky like that don't got nothing to do with the ground you walking on. And so I'm gonna keep that energy, and I'm not gonna let Jaron and the flat earthers win the debate by being hypocrites from something we've been teaching each other and globalists, that what phenomena in the heavens don't determine the roundness or flatness of the ground. That's common sense. If I got a bunch of lights on my ceiling moving in different directions, and somebody say, hey, Sanchez, I think that green light is going to be 24 hours over here one day, and they go to debating about what them lights doing and when they doing it, will that change the shape of the floor that I'm walking on in my house? No, it won't. Aerial phenomena has nothing to do with the fact that the ocean is level, it's sea level. Water is not holding the shape of a ball. So I was always told by globalists that you can't prove the shape of the earth from the ground. You got to get off of the earth. And now they're trying to prove the shape of the earth from the ground, and not even using the ground, but the sun's position. So my thing is, if we're going to use the position of the sun as an observation, because this is not an experiment, it's an observation. If we're going to observe what the sun is doing to prove the globe model or the flat model, here is what I want to sit down with the globalists. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to come out of my shell, and I'm going to start participating with Will Duff and some of these globalists. I think people wanted me to get in touch with Mac Toon. I haven't spoke with Fight the Flat Earth Craig in a while, but I'll reach out to those guys. I'll come back into the fold under one condition. no name calling, and keep it respectful, because I do have people have children watching and we're adults. I'm really big on having a standard of respect. I don't like all of the name calling that the flat earthers doing to the globalists and vice versa. You know, stuff like, you know, globe tard, flirts and flathead. Like, we're adults. So that's one thing that drove me away from the debates and stuff, because, you know, a lot of us are dealing with issues. Some of us need therapy. And I think it's a good thing that we're online dealing with intellectual topics. I think that the flat earth, globe earth thing is a good time in America to get kids back interested in science, right? Because we like a good fight. And if you ask me, nothing has gotten young people more interested back in science than this flat earth, globe earth debate. I'm going to be honest with you, you know. So kudos to both sides. But what I will say is it can be a lot more respectful. This is very childish a lot of times. And it's a turnoff because it's a certain quality of content that I'm trying to maintain on my channel. And I just can't participate in the debates if we can't keep them mature and respectful. So the name calling got to go. It's kindergarten behavior. All right. So let's get back to the point. The point is we're using the observation of the sun to prove these models. And if we're going to use the observation of the sun to prove either model, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica ain't going to be enough to make me stop the flat earth thing. Now, what the 24-hour sun in Antarctica will make me do is study the sun more. But I never claimed to know everything about the sun. I just claim to know that the ground I'm walking on doesn't curve. So if the sun ever do something that I don't know about because I don't know everything, don't take it as a way to prove that I don't know what I'm talking about when I say that the ground ain't curving. You get what I'm saying? Because I never said to be an expert at the sun. I said that I was a flat earther, meaning that the earth, the ground that I'm walking on, is flat. I never called myself a non-24-hour sunner. And this debate was never about the 24-hour sunners versus the non-24-hour sunners. It was about the flat versus the round earth. Earth is the thing you walking on top of. It was never a sun debate. But since they turned it into a sun debate, I'm willing to do that with them. But I will be honest. I'm not tied to a particular flat earth model. And there are flat earthers that agree with the 24-hour sun and flat earthers that don't. There are many explanations that flat earthers have to explain the 24-hour sun on different particular flat earth models. But when it comes to what the sun doing in Antarctica, I will be honest. The reason why this so-called experiment to me is a nothing burger is because it's not going to make a bunch of flat earthers become globe earthers. And I believe if we're wrong about the shape of the earth, we should become globe earthers. But I think the problem is this so-called experiment isn't going to be enough to convince the flat earth group. I think this is just for show to re-indoctrinate the globe earthers around the world and make it look like you sort of defeated the flat earth, but we never really talked about the flat earth. We talked about the position of the sun, and it was an observation of the sun. And if we're going to use the observation of the sun to prove a model, let me start with a observation I want to make right now. Here is the globe earth model right here. Now, according to the globe earth model, the sun is in the middle of the solar system. The earth is orbiting around the sun, right? And that the sun is 93 million miles away. So this red line that you see in between the earth and the sun you can put in that question mark blank 93 million miles. That's the distance. The question I would have if we're dealing with what the sun is really doing on Earth and what we observe with the position of the sun on Earth, check this out. Here are some mountain climbers. Now, keep in mind, when they was on the ground, they was looking up at the sun. But when they climbed this mountain, they reached a position where they was able to look down at the sun. The question I would ask globe earthers is, can you show me on your model a position where we would ever be able to look down at the sun and the sun would be on the same altitude as the clouds on your model? Pay attention, people. Pay attention. Here is the sun right here at the same altitude level of the clouds. Now, flat earthers are saying that the sun is close, is right within the atmosphere, and we're being laughed at. So if we want to debunk what flat earthers say about the sun, if you debunk this, I'll become a flat earther. If you can do an experiment on your model right now to show me an angular position where a human can stand on your little blue ball and look down at the sun, just like they looking at the people on the ground. Because this is the model you giving me, that the sun is 93 million miles above the Earth's atmosphere. In any direction on this blue ball, you would be looking up at the sun at all times, unless the sun was beneath the clouds. Think about where the sun would have to be on this little blue ball for you to have a view like this. We dealing with observations, right? We dealing with observation. We want to see what the sun is doing to prove a model, right? I think what the sun is doing on this image, on this video, I think it debunks the round globe, the globe Earth model. If we gonna use observations and if we're gonna look at what the sun is doing to debunk the flat Earth model, what do flat earthers teach about the sun? Every flat earther in the world teach that the sun is not 93 million miles away. So why not prove to us that the sun is 93 million miles away? And guess what? I'll become a globe earther. See, I don't care about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, because that's debunking one man's model. And it is possible to have a 24-hour sun on a flat earth. It is. And there are several flat earthers that have videos out. And there was one that joined my show. Went through a whole spiel a while back on how the 24-hour sun works on a flat earth. So you got several flat earthers that's doing the 24-hour sun. You got other flat earthers that's saying the 24-hour sun don't even exist. And then you got some flat earthers saying, you flat earthers are crazy. The 24-hour sun does exist, but this is how it works. So we're divided in the flat earth community on what exactly the sun is doing all the time. But one thing we ain't divided about is that sun ain't 93 million miles away. And if you want to really shut up the whole flat earth community, this is where you need to be arguing at. How far away is the sun? Because I'm going to tell you right now, this little final experiment is a waste of money, because the flat earth community ain't going to go nowhere after this. There's already flat earthers posting, we don't care, it's still flat. That ain't got nothing to do with the ground. And you can't just say they're stubborn, they don't want to accept this, that's wrong. No, that's you being stubborn and arrogant. That's you saying, do it my way or the highway. And who do you think you are? If a flat earther is saying, this is what I need to see to convince me that the earth is not flat, you should be able to produce that for them if the earth is not flat. Now, what I need to see for you to convince me that the flat earth model is wrong when it comes to what I'm teaching these people the sun is doing, because I'm telling them the sun is close. I'm telling people the sun is right there where you see it at, right there on the level of the clouds within the atmosphere. That's what I'm teaching. If somebody say Sanchez, but what about Antarctica? I don't know about that. And even if I did know about it or didn't know about it, that ain't how I reached the conclusion that the earth was flat. I reached the conclusion that the earth was flat by ground experiments like the Bedford level experiment, which is one that I'm going to mention here a lot of times. It's simple. And, you know, on the flat earth model, we go to the next level and start speaking of what we think the stars are doing above the flat earth. But if you're wrong about what the stars are doing above the flat earth, it'll never change your mind about the earth being flat. You get what I'm saying? Because what the stars was doing wasn't how you reach your conclusion that the earth was flat in the first place. You get what I'm saying? That's why, me personally, I think this so-called experiment is a waste of time. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I ain't got no problem telling people, hey, I was wrong about the flat earth. Because they showed me that the sun is 93 million miles away. I'm starting to me personally, I wouldn't be so quick to abandon the flat earth until you prove to me the curvature exactly with ground experiments where we, testing for curvature. But if we're going to look at what the sun is doing, if a globe earther is able to explain what the sun is doing in this image and how I can reach a position on the earth where I'm looking down at the sun, like these pilots are here. But the sun is still 93 million miles away from me. See, when you look at this model right here, no one on this globe earth would ever be in a position where you can look down at the sun. If you looking down at the sun, guess what? You're looking down at the clouds. Look at the atmosphere on the globe. Look at the globe model's atmosphere. You see the clouds right here? And you see the sun way over here? Why am I saying the clouds on the same level as the sun? These are the questions I got for globe earthers. If this is what you telling me that your model is right here, and your sun is positioned in the middle of the solar system, there's no way possible that any given time that a person on this globe can climb a mountain and look down at your sun when you got it positioned right there. You wouldn't have images like this. You wouldn't have situations like this, people. You wouldn't have a situation to where this man was just on the ground looking up at the sun. And when he climbed the mountain, he was able to look down at it. The sun is right where you see it at. You won't be able, listen how simple this is. This same mountain climber, when he was on the ground, he was able to look up at the clouds. The only time you able to look down at the clouds, let me show you something. The only time on earth when you're able to look down at the clouds, bro, is when you climb a mountain. Is when you can get high enough to where now, guess what? I'm above the clouds. Now, if a flat earther say some silly stuff like the sun is on the same altitude roughly as the clouds, then guess what a globe earther can say? That's so dumb. Are you telling me that a mountain climber can look down at the sun just like he looking down at the clouds? And as a dumb flat earther, guess what I would tell him? Yep, it's possible to climb above the sun and look down at it just like we look down at the clouds. When we on the ground, we're looking up at the clouds. But when you climb that mountain, now I can look down at the clouds. And if a flat earther is saying that the sun is on the same level as the clouds, then a mountain climber should be able to climb a mountain and just look down at the sun. Now, if you go in a room and make a claim like that, people will laugh at you. They'll say, so listen, let me get this straight. You telling me a person can fly above the sun? Ha 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 You telling me that a dude climbing Mount Everest, when he get up there, he's gonna look down at the sun like the clouds? That's what I'm telling you, and that's what I'm showing you. Look, you can laugh all you want, but I'm gonna show you the receipts though. And I can take that laughter. If everybody in the world laugh at me and play dumb, I'm gonna stand firm and stand 10 toes down on these receipts. I told you that a person can climb above the sun, and now I'm showing it to you. And now my question is, how do you explain this on a globe earth model? Besides just laughing. Ha 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 ha. After you done laughing, answer my question. Cause you ain't just gonna joke me away. You're gonna give me an answer. And see, what's been happening to flat earthers is when we present evidence like this, they know they don't have an answer for it. So they'll hit you with, are you serious? This got to be just the dumbest stuff. These people are dumb. Now they name call. They get childish. This is dumb. This is retarded. Name calling. Instead of just showing the information that would debunk this. They know they don't have nothing in response to this. But they'll say stuff like, are you serious? I'm dead. Explain it. After you through with your little childish reaction and all of your laughs and all of your, are you serious in this? Yes, explain it to me. I got more than one receipt for this phenomena. You shouldn't be able to look down at a sun that's within the cloud. You shouldn't be able to look down at a sun that's on the same altitude level of the clouds if this is your model. Because look at where the clouds is at on the globe earth, y'all. Look at where those clouds is at. Now, how your sun, which is 93 million miles away in the middle of your solar system, is right there hiding inside of the clouds. You telling me this sun I'm looking at 93 million miles away? Let's look at the whole video so we can get a good perspective of it. Let's just play the whole video out real quick. Y'all, please like and share my video on the way in. If you are a globe earther and you're in the chat room, I got the call-in link pinned. I'm going to shut my mouth and let you explain this to me. See, you ain't even got to spend all that money to take Sanchez to Antarctica. You just got to tell me how I can climb a mountain and look down at the sun, and you'll have me. I'm easy, man. I'm easy like one of them hookers on Figaro. Come on, man. If you can tell me that, you got me. You got the draws. I'm easy as hell. You ain't got to spend all them millions on me like what you doing with Jared and Whitsitt. You can just come sit down with me for free and explain this to me. And guess what? I'll say, hey, guys, we got a problem, Flat Earth. Hey, Flat Earth. We got a problem, Flat Earth. That's a good explanation for why I'm looking down at the sun when it's 93 million miles away. And you can keep your money in your pocket, Will Duff. You ain't got to spend all that money. Just explain this to me on your model. Now, we got people in the waiting room. I'm anxious for this to be explained. All right? I'm anxious. And guess what? We got to do one caller at a time, and every caller will be able to get 5 minutes. All right. First caller. Now, as we wait for the first caller to come on, I'm going to get in my prophetic mode as I wait for my first caller. I'm waiting to introduce my first caller. But as I wait to do that, I'm finna put my little prophet hat on. And here's what I'm going to tell y'all. The globalists that's going to call in, they're going to say stuff like, that ain't the sun. They're going to straight up deny like, that can't be the sun. This is my theory. I may be wrong. They may come with an intelligent response. Or they may come with, that ain't the sun. They may come with, what time of day is it? Like, what time of day can I ever look down at a sun that's 93 million miles away? The time of day wouldn't matter, because in order for the person to look down at the sun, they had to climb the mountain. You get what I'm saying? They had to climb the mountain. Fact. So on the ground, they was looking up at the sun. The fact is, they climbed the mountain and reached the altitude that allowed them to look down at it. The time of day is irrelevant. You shouldn't be able to do that no matter what the hell time of day it is on the globe, right? I just showed you the model. So I'm prophesying of what I think some of the globe earthers are going to say when they call in. They may even say, yeah, that ain't the sun, what time of day it is. I'm interested. Hit the like and share button. First caller, each caller will have 5 minutes each. Now, they may not use all of their 5 minutes. So we have the first globe earther. I'm putting your 5-minute clock on right now, and I'm muting my microphone. Have at it. Can I get a microphone check to the first globe earther by the name of Rob on the call?
What up, bro, Sanchez?
What's good, sir? I'm going to go ahead and give you your 5 minutes. Have you been able to see what I presented thus far, or do I got to represent it for you to make your 5 minutes, to do your 5 minutes?
No, I'm good. I've been watching.
Okay,
that's
so
nice. Good to have you back. Good to have you back.
No problem. So listen, so that people don't say that I'm being rude or I'm interrupted, I'm going to mute myself and give you your full uninterrupted 5 minutes, okay?
Perfect.
Go
so
ahead.
In the video you showed of them climbing mountains with the reflection of the sun in between the mountains where it appears that they're looking down. If you go real slow, go slow and pause it. You got to pause it right there. There's a certain point in that video where you can actually see the sun in the sky. If you make that bigger, you make the screen bigger, then go real slow, frame by frame. As they pan around, you can see the sun in the sky. There's a frame. It exists. You can see it, and the sun is of course, in the sky. And what you're seeing, right there. And then, right, it's got to go real slow, and you can see that it's actually reflecting off the ground. That's why it appears to be beneath them, because the sun would never be just in between a bunch of mountains.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'll give you your time back, but can you do the little? I don't see what you're talking about, so I'm gonna play it slow. I'm going to take it back, and when you want me to stop it, say it like you did again, and I'm going to try to time it on the frame you want. Fair enough?
Yeah, we can try together, bro. Yeah.
Let's try it. I'm going to hit play now.
Good. Stop right there. It's like a half a frame back.
I got you.
But like I said, it's in the corner where
I can do that.
It shows the sky for like a split second, and you can literally see that there is a sun in the sky that's shining down.
Well, I want to see it. I want to get the frame and see it. I don't want to go no further till we get that magic frame and pause it on it while you talking about it. I'm gonna give you your time back, by the way.
Oh,
but we gotta get this frame. We gotta get. For sure, we got to get your receipts up. We just can't say we suck, because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Plus the way the shadows are casting across the mountains.
So listen, slow down. I'm going to give you your time on the clock. It's important for us to get the right frame right now. You understand? You have a receipt.
Yeah.
You once you say I got a receipt, pause it right here. We got to get your receipts on the table. So this is what I'm gonna do. This is a 9-second video. That means from 1 to 9, you tell us the second that you want me to pause it at. That'll make it very easy.
Can you zoom in, like, you know how you like zoom in on the video and like get up near the sky there?
This is crazy. If I zoom in, it's gonna cut off some of the frame. You get what I'm saying? Then we're gonna miss the sky. If you were able to see the sun in the sky on a particular frame, it's simple, man. Each frame is a second. 1 second, 2. It's just a 9-second video. So what I want you to do, I'm gonna play the video. You pay attention to the time clock. And when you see the number, what the frame is, you tell me that second, and I'll pause it there. It'll be perfect. It's a foolproof way to get the perfect frame you're looking for. And I can play it as many times you want. Let's go.
Pause.
Okay, so that's within second number 1. Fine, that's easy.
Yeah.
Pause.
Right there. So
Gotcha.
in the upper left-hand corner,
Yeah.
you can see you can see actually both of the rays in this picture. You can see the rays coming off the reflection that are right next to that little lake there to the left of it. You can see those rays protruding in the video. But if you look
Uh,
up in the sky, you can see all the light rays coming down across the mountaintops into the valley there. You can see that there's a light in the sky. Now that light in the sky is making that reflection in the valley. That's why it's an illusion that makes it look like he's above the sun, which you know is possible because we know the sun is not inside of a valley. So I mean, it's real simple.
I'm actually so confused. So if you telling me that what you just said was real simple, I'm really feeling dumb because I don't get
No,
it.
you're not dumb. You're not dumb.
Okay.
It's not
Well,
about being. It's not
help
about
me.
being dumb.
I appreciate that. I thank you for that, Rob. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So a better way to look at it is if let's say we just take my sun out, the real sun out for a second. Okay, we just use the reflection sun. So the shadows that are cast on the mountains, even as this guy is standing, they wouldn't. That's not the angle they would be because the sun would be coming from underneath them. It would be shining up at them.
Well, only
So
thing I was saying, instead of saying it's not what will or should be, I'd say, hey, I'm gonna present a video and I'm gonna deal with what is. See, because what I'm getting from you is I can't help the way the shadows are and the way the lighting is on the video.
yeah.
And if it goes against your model, that's too bad. We can't say what should.
Oh no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't go.
What I'm saying is saying what should or shouldn't be versus explaining what is happening in this video is the problem I think you having right now for most of us, Rob.
Well, I
Respectfully.
was just trying to explain, like, if the lake really was in the bottom of that valley, or I'm sorry, the sun was in the bottom of that valley. That's the
The
shade you
sun
cast.
is not in the sun is not in the bottom of the valley. We can look at. Let me show you where the sun is. Boom.
Yeah,
The
right
sun
there.
is right there. If you think about how high, but
Those are
think
mountains
about,
behind it, though. Those are mountains behind
I got you. Check this out, though.
it.
What we got to realize is this: it's possible for a mountain climber to climb above the clouds. Rob, you see these images? And what flat earthers? Let me show you the model that I'm trying to prove to you real quick, so you can get a good understanding. And we'll give you more than.
I don't think being
More-
above the clouds is being above the sun, though. I think that's.
I know you don't because you're not a flat earther. I do. So let me explain why, and then you can tell me where I'm wrong. Fair enough. I know you don't think this. This is what us dumb flat earthers think. So I think that way because listen, once I found out the earth was flat, I studied this model. Now, this is an outdated, they call it an archaic model where the ancient people didn't know what they was talking about. Me, I believe that the ancient people were very smart and more smarter than us today. And I will say this, if anybody is a globe earther, they will have a problem with this. They will say, wait a minute, look at how close the sun is to the earth according to the Hebrews. If I was a globe earther, I would say, yeah, these ancient people really didn't know much about the earth because they have the sun on the same altitude as the clouds. Now, listen, the ancient Hebrew made this model and they got the sun within the earth's atmosphere on the same altitude of the clouds. Me being a flat earther, when I see stuff like this, I have to go outside and verify it before I just believe it because the ancestor said it. And when you go outside and you verify that, wait a minute now, the Hebrews said that the sun is within the atmosphere on the same level as the clouds, and I can't ignore video footage like this. I just can't.
Can you pause right there? Can you pause right there?
Oh, 1 second. Don't interrupt me. I'm about to land now.
Sorry.
I can't ignore videos like this where we can see the sun on the same altitude level of the clouds. And not to say that it stays there, it rises and descends at certain times of the year, but the Hebrew don't seem like dummies to me anymore when I see stuff like that. Yeah. And I don't think, and it makes me say, well, I got to humble myself. I can't laugh at the ancestors like everyone else doing in the world. I got to kind of respect them. They built the pyramids. Maybe they kind of know what they're talking about here because they studied the stars. They were very advanced with the heavens and the stars, and they said the sun was close. And images like this, video footage, these kind of observations have not been explained to me to satisfaction, even up until now with you on the call. So I'll let you try again. Go ahead.
So my biggest thing about this picture right here that we're just looking at right now, that is a reflection. Like I said, my biggest evidence is there's two uh, uh, sets of light coming out of the picture in the corner. You can see the one that would be the reflection coming out from the side, and the other one's coming from the top. Uh, proving that there is a light source coming from the top that's emitting over everything. And then the second picture with the plane, that's an easily describable picture. He's not above the sun necessarily. He's just above the clouds that are obstructing the sunset. So when the sun sets, like we all know, you guys say it gets further away. I say it sets over the horizon. Either or, it doesn't matter because we see it. We both see it. So what is happening here is all that's happening is he's above the clouds, which is blocking the sunset. And there's still light coming over, the middle, like the, what do you call it, the dusk light at dusk where the lights, you got like half day, it's, the sun's going away. And that's what you're seeing. It's the light still coming over. But if you notice, there's no light above them. You know what I'm saying? It's all coming from down because it's setting on the horizon there and the clouds are over it. So you can't see it. It's just an obstructive view. I mean, it looks fishy like that when you know what I'm saying? You can make it look fishy, but that's exactly what's happening. You can reproduce this at many pictures all around the people that fly. They take pictures like this all the time of the sun doing cool, like beautiful pictures like this of the sun shooting through the clouds. That's one of the benefits of flying in a plane. You get to see these things.
Okay. So, were you done? I just have some questions. So the questions that I have is, are you telling me this little yellow ball that I'm looking at right here is not the sun?
No, that is the sun. Yeah, that's
okay.
The sun.
So my question is, why is the sun within the clouds?
Yes, and that's why I try to explain. Because the sun is not really within the clouds; it's just setting on a horizon.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, slow down.
Because we know the sun.
Slow down a second. I'm confused. Good job too, by the way. I think this the best exchange me and you had. I think that we just needed a break for a minute. If we can keep doing this, Rob, then this cool with me. I just want to maintain respect. That's all. And if this is what Mactoon and the rest of them do, I don't mind sitting down with them either. I'll come on out of my cave and play with y'all now if you're going to play fair like good children. But check this out, right?
I can't speak for everybody.
True that. But I want to say thank you for your behavior here, man, and helping
thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
For sure, man.
I've been waiting for you to come back, man. I was really upset that you went away for a while, but like you said, man, everybody's got to do their own thing. I'm glad you're back, man. We can get back to talking about this.
It's good because I'm trying to get my channel back into the partnership program, and if these the kind of conversations we're gonna have moving forward, that's gonna be excellent. So salutes to Rob. And this is what I want to say to all of the globe earthers out there to just follow suit with Rob, and quit with the flirts and the name calling, because real talk, I think there should be more debates going on. But I think people just don't have the energy for it when it gets childish a lot of times. So here's the thing, Rob. I think that you're double talking, and here's why. I asked you, I said, is that little yellow ball the sun? And you say, yeah, that's the sun. I said, so can you explain to me why the sun is within the clouds? And you said, well, that's not necessarily the sun within the clouds. And is it the sun or is it not? Can you tell me?
No, I got yeah. No, that sounds, when you put it that way, it does sound silly. We're perceiving the sun to be in the clouds, like you said, floating within the clouds, whatever. But we know in reality, if those clouds weren't there, we would just see the sun setting over the horizon. Whether, I don't know if they're flying over a lake or land, I can't really tell. You would just see it going over the horizon. But the fact that they're in elevation and they have clouds lower than them, the clouds are inhibiting, your perception, your view of seeing all the horizon. So I mean, it's actually a pretty cool thing to see. It's one of those times you get lucky.
Nah, I can't really go with that one. I get what you're saying, but my problem with that is, if you think about what you're saying, right? When the sun is setting on the horizon, let's pull it up real quick. You can see the top of. Hold on. When the sun is setting on the horizon, we can see the top of the sun poking its head above that horizon line, and we know that the bottom of it will be hidden from us. just like we see in these images here. The problem I got with the one that you just tried to explain is that instead of the bottom of the sun being hidden by the earth curvature and the top being exposed to us because that haven't went down yet over the curve, these pilots are able to see that the top of the sun is missing now. See, if I wanted to go by what you were saying, hold on. If I want to go by what you were saying, right, the top of the sun's head would be peaking above. The clouds wouldn't be able to obscure the sun's head because, after all, the sun is 93 million miles away from the earth. So what I'm saying is you got to keep this model in mind. The sun is 93 million miles away, but the clouds on Earth is able to obscure its head. What I'm saying is the sun's head should be poking above the clouds versus the clouds straight up cutting the sun's head off like a headless horseman, but letting us see the bottom of the sun, which should be hidden by the curvature of the earth because it's sunset. Listen, I shouldn't be seeing the bottom of the sun if it's going down, like you said, over a curve. That should be hidden from me. And now I should be seeing the top of it because that haven't went over the curve yet. But it's just the opposite here, sir.
No, but the top is there. It's just behind the cloud obscuring it. And now, if you
Can
go
you
back to the
tell
picture
me
before
why am I saying the bottom? Hold on.
Yeah,
tell me. Here's my question. Tell me why am I looking? You got to let me land my plane and formulate why I said all that, bro. Tell me why am I looking at the bottom of the sun when you're telling me that the sun is setting and that? Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Let me do the question because I know what I'm looking at here. This ain't the top of the sun. I see the arch right here. You ain't gonna play with this now. So my thing is this right here. Why am I able to see this bottom arch of the sun with the head being obscured? When the bottom is, according to you, this is sunset, it's supposed to be hidden from me. I shouldn't be seeing the bottom of the sun, but yet I see all of it. And now, once again, you're going to tell me I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. This is the games that y'all play. But go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Okay, bro Sanchez. So, again, with this picture, the sun is obscured by the cloud. And if you zoom in enough, you'll see the top of the sun on the top of that cloud. You'll see the top of the sun beam poking out of that cloud. And the other picture you're comparing it to is a picture taken from the ground. Now, can you type in sunsets from planes? Like, if you know what I'm saying, sunsets from the planes, and you'll see lots of pictures that'll be just like this.
My bad. How long have I been muted, man? Okay, cool. My thing is, I want Rob to listen to me because he keep cutting me off. I'm letting him talk, but he tend to keep cutting me off. All right. So what I was saying was, Rob said a lot of mumbo jumbo, but what we got to realize is this is his model. And there's no scenario where you should be able to look down at a sun that's 93 million miles away from you in distance in the center of your solar system. That's all I'm saying. And Rob gonna do a lot of talking about okay, like I was saying, Rob, we got to be respectful. Let me finish, because when you do that, I wonder if you listening to me. I want you to hear me so you can respond, comprehensively.
I know there's so much I want to respond to, but you keep going on and on.
Okay, let me let you go, man. It was good at first, but when it started getting like that, I gotta let you go, man. There are other people in the waiting room, Rob, and I was nice to you because I said 5 minutes each, but I gave you about 15 minutes. Because I was like, wow, man, Rob is actually acting with decorum here, So, but one thing about me, I'm going to be respectful to you. I'm going to let you talk when it's your turn. But when it's my turn, you got to be quiet. And I don't want to hear you going too long. All right? If I'm able to give you more time on the clock, then how you going to rush me and it's my show? Like, the nerve of you. I said 5 minutes per caller, and I gave Rob almost 15 minutes, more than 15 minutes, And now Rob want to rush me on my own show when I gave Rob more time to speak. Ain't that something, y'all? Drop a one if that's something, y'all. Rob is something else, man. And I was just been so respectful. You know what I want y'all to do? Drop a one if you like the new Sanchez. The new Sanchez ain't using a lot of profanity. I'm not going to be doing any kind of smoking, drinking on camera like that. And I'm going to let people talk. So if you've been noticing the quality of the content and the professionalism, drop a one, because I have been working on myself and I am trying to clean my channel up and be a better person. And see what a lot of people will do. They will try to bring that old you back out of you, which is what Rob trying to do. Before I let you do that, I'll just kick you off, man. Because I love who I am right now. And you're not going to drag me back to cussing you out, to going back and forth tit for tat with you. I like my new self. So let's go to the next caller. And you won't be able to come back on today, Rob, just for that. That'll be your penalty, because I want to maintain maturity on my show. Globalists, a lot of you guys are immature. And I'm not trying to be biased. You got some immature flat earthers too. But flurfer and flat tard and the insults that the globe earthers throw at flat earthers is childish, okay? It's just childish. And we're adults with children watching. All right? We should be able to have good exchanges without insults and disrespect. That's why there's not a lot of debates happening. And I love debates, but no one want to, entertain that. We're adults. If you got any kind of mature following, they not going to stand behind that quality of content. So I'm begging both sides to step their game up, because I'm going to tell you something right now. The hell with the shape of the earth if the shape of your character is flawed. If you agree with that, drop a one. And I don't care if you're a globe earther or a flat earther. If the shape of your character is off, it don't even matter the shape of the earth. Who cares about the shape of the earth when you got adults acting like children? That's where I'm at with it. If you can't even act maturely, I don't even want to talk to you about the shape of the earth. You need to go get therapy. Hey, how you doing, Flat Power Braggai? I think Braggai, how you doing?
I'm doing great now that I'm in your presence, sir.
Well, thank you for being here in my presence. I'm glad to have you here. Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
Definitely flat power, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what, for the flat earthers calling in, you guys are free to have 5 minutes on the mic too. I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to give you your 5 minutes uninterrupted unless you need me to unmute or need me to share a screen or ask me anything like that. But yeah, talk to the people. You got 1,000 people listening to you. Go ahead.
All right. The earth is definitely an infinite percent flat. This is called the plane of inertia. We know that we live in an electromagnetic field or a toroidal field. This being God. This is the thing that turns an acorn into an oak tree. This is what they call the angels, the aliens, the Elohim, all of that put themselves inside of the hyperbola, which is the chakra system or the ziggurat or the spine. Move the letters spine around, you got peace, because this comes out as the phallus, and this is why they worship the phallus. But this is paganism, this is reincarnation. Now, when it comes to the earth, it is called the plane of inertia. We have an electromagnetic field, a dielectrical field. We have magnetism, we have electricity. This sun that everyone sees in the sky is the same level as the clouds, because this is the god of the air. This is Zeus, or they call it the subterranean sun. And now when they say Jesus died for our sins, they're talking about Jesus of the solar system. Jesus of the solar system, which there is no solar system. Remember, religion and science, they're both religions. They're just one's matter, one's physical, and one's theological and moral. So this sun that we see is Zeus. Now, this is the subterranean sun. Now, this sun needs to become Jesus, or the heart. The heart of the solar system, they say, is the sun, which is of fire. But this sun down here, which is the only sun, this sun down here, the sun up there is in heaven. The solar system is in heaven. It's not here. This earth is the elemental earth. There's four levels of the elemental earth. That's earth, air, fire, and water. Now we have ether too. That's on top of it.
Heads up, you got 2 minutes left. I'm giving you the 2-minute warning. Go ahead, brother.
So this solar system, this being of the ether, this being of the other realm from heaven, when you fly out of the crown chakra, because they say Jesus died for our sins and came and died and became the black sun, or the ruler of the underworld now, which is Osiris. And the Ra is morning, afternoon, and night, and then the black sun being at midnight. Now we know that the earth is completely flat. It's called the plane of inertia. It's a bubble. It's the apple that they bit in the Garden of Eden. This is the toroidal field that wraps around us. And this is the wings of the caduceus. And we need to become the staff inside and then become the dragon. And our wings need to become, our wings are our lungs. See, the heart is the hyperbola. Now, the grid of the earth is the rib cage.
I want to thank you for your call, sir. And I'm going to go ahead and keep this thing moving. Salutes to that brother, man. We appreciate everybody calling in. And I also want to say a shout out and flat power to the brother. I'm going to rotate some more people in. And we'll have a big round table at the end, my brother Flat Power. So if you want to stick in the waiting room, we'll have you back. Next caller. And let me say this. Just because a person is a flat earther, that don't mean I agree with what they saying. That brother, he's flat power. But again, you have a lot of flat earthers who are what I call biblical flat earthers, meaning their revelation of the flat earth is more religious based, which is, I have a beef with Will Duff because it is more Christian flat earthers than scientific flat earthers. And him being a Christian pastor, I think him going the science route is a cop-out, to me personally. To me, it means he can't prove the truth with the Bible and he's a pastor. The question you got to ask, why is this pastor running from the Bible? You guys, listen, it's more Christian flat earthers. They make up the most flat earth group. The biblical guys. This is a pastor. Why isn't he saying we finna have a meeting at my church? All flat earthers are invited to my church. Bring your Bibles. We're gonna have a seminar. People will be able to raise their hands and speak. And it can be like a 4-day, 5-day thing. Get your hotel room, fly in. This is how much the tickets are to attend the conference. I'll go to that. On everything, I'll go to that. This 24-hour sun is a waste of time. It don't have nothing to do with the shape of the ground I'm walking on. But if I was talking to a pastor, I would definitely say, open up the Bible. I can prove to you that it's flat, pastor. And to me, if you're a pastor and a flat earther tell you that I can prove it's flat from the Bible, you should be insulted. If you are a globe earth pastor and a flat earther is telling you that flat earth is in the Bible, you need to be protecting your Bible. If you saying that flat earther is lying on the Bible, this should be a biblical debate. I'm telling y'all right now that the pastor will Huff, I think that's his name, Will Duff, whatever his name is. He's scared of a biblical flat earth debate, and he's a pastor. He's a pastor. To me, if Sanchez was getting into a debate with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I wanted to make it a Bible debate with the flat earth, I would be a coward and a cop-out. Why? Because I'm not a Christian. Now, if Sanchez was getting into a debate with a pastor, and I told the pastor, you think about this, right? If I'm debating Neil deGrasse Tyson and I use the Bible, that's a cop-out. Because I know that Neil deGrasse Tyson is a scientist. And that's saying I can't prove flat earth with science. I need the Bible, and I'm not even a Christian. That'll look bad for me. But however, if I was a big pastor with a congregation and I'm teaching that the Bible is true, I'm also teaching that the Bible is more important than science. If you ask a Christian pastor, which one should we get rid of, science or the Bible? He gonna say science, not the Bible. So if the Bible is that dear to a Christian pastor, why can't you take your sword to the debate when the group that you debating against is the majority of them is Christians? Why are you leaning toward science? That'll be like me leaning toward the Bible against Neil deGrasse Tyson. And if anybody know me will be like, why Sanchez finally got the chance to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson and he keep referring to the Bible to prove flat earth. Some ain't right. My people will counsel me. They won't counsel me because I'm wrong. You can prove flat earth with the Bible, but they will counsel me because they'll be like, wait a minute. He's debating Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why does he keep bringing up biblical scriptures? It'll be different if I was debating T.D. Jakes. If T.D. Jakes said, these dumb flat earthers, they know that the earth is a globe. He got millions of people following him, and he's supposed to be a man of the Bible. So if I was in a big church debating T.D. Jakes about the shape of the earth, I would go to Bible scriptures. Because I know that these Christians value the Bible over everything. That's the number one thing they go to for guidelines. They go to that above the scientist, above the astrologer, the astronomer. They go to Jesus. They go to God. They go to that Bible over everything. That comes first. So even though I can debunk the globe using science, I wouldn't do it if I was debating T.D. Jakes. I would pull my Bible out. But if I was debating Neil deGrasse Tyson, I wouldn't pull out a Bible. And if I was a big pastor that was debating a predominantly Christian group, I would pull out a Bible. You see how this works? Why would me as a Christian pastor? I'm confronting a bunch of people that's saying the Bible proves flat earth. And I'm not going to debate them from a biblical perspective. What are you running from, Pastor? Pastor, what you running from? I believe Pastor Will knows that the Bible proves flat earth. If Pastor Will thought that the Bible proved globe earth, he would be doing a biblical debate against flat earthers instead of the Antarctic observation. I'm telling you what I know now. I'm telling you what I know now. If Will Duff thought that he can prove flat earth with the Bible, he wouldn't even be in Antarctica right now. Facts. Keep in mind now, the group he's debating are predominantly Christians.
Oh my God!
But he left his Bible at home. He left his Bible at home for this one for a reason. I just want y'all to peep that now, because I can prove it with the Bible and with science, like I've been doing. But I'm telling you that he can't, and he's a pastor, and he should be able to prove it with the Bible first. Facts. Let's go to the next caller.
He left his Bible at home.
Hey, Watcher, you're now on the call. I want you to turn off your YouTube video and go ahead and give me a mic check, and we're gonna get your 5 minutes for you. Thank you for joining. Hit the microphone button, Watcher. It should be red right now with a slash through it. When you click it, it'll activate your microphone. Go ahead. Turn your mic on. There you go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. And I'm going to give
Appreciate
you 5 minutes uninterrupted unless you need to ask me something like that, and I'll stop your time and we'll do that. So, yeah, go right ahead.
All right, I need you to do me a favor. If you can pull up on your screen KJV, the book of Genesis, chapter 1.
KJV Genesis 1. And to people that's just coming into the show, the people coming into the show, the reason the Bible is being brought up is because that's a Christian pastor that's doing this so-called experiment. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Genesis 1.
Correct. Keep reading.
And the earth was without form and void.
Stop.
And
Now, notice how I say in the earth was without form, right? That means the earth has no shape.
Okay.
So that means it's not round nor flat. All right. So now we know that the earth has no shape. I'll ask you this question. What's the shape of a mountain?
A triangle.
It's a triangle. So how many triangles in that one mountain?
Oh, my bad. I said a triangle. I should have said a pyramid, because
okay,
a triangle is a two-dimensional pyramid, and a pyramid is a three-dimensional triangle.
Okay, so most people with the simple concept of shapes would say that the shape of a mountain is jagged. That's what most people with the simple aspect of a shape.
Well, that would be the texture of it. When you deal with jagged, that'll be the texture. The shape would be the shape would be the geometrical outline of an object.
Okay, so I'll run with that. First and foremost, I'm not a Christian. I just follow the Most High. I don't do all that Christian stuff. So, since for me, Earth has no shape. Now let's go down to
real quick, and I'm gonna give you the time back. What about Isaiah 40 and 22? Which refers to the circle of the earth.
Well, see, that's when you're looking down from above.
Why would you now? Listen, something that's shapeless won't all of a sudden acquire a shape just because I change my position.
Well, Isaiah is going according to the reference that the Most High sits above earth and uses earth as his footstool and the circle, and he's looking down.
Right. Now, let me show you what that means real quick. Because the Quran said that the sky expanded open like a canopy. And the one that sits above the circle of the earth, he's the source of light. The one that when it say, let there be light, he's the source of light for the universe. So check this out. Once God said, let there be light, the light expanded from God and it triangulated, and when it landed, it created a circle, a two-dimensional flat circle that we're walking on right now, calling Earth. This is what the Bible. This is what the Bible was. Listen, what I'm saying. Whenever you introduce light triangulates. What I'm showing you right now, the ancient Egyptians called it optimism. Here it is, right here. Here, let me show you the ancient Egyptian way. Light triangulates from the source. Light projects itself in a pyramid. That's a fact. So when God said, let there be light, the end of the light will automatically make a circle. This is impossible to escape. Just turn on a flashlight and shine it on anything. It'll always conclude with a flat two-dimensional circle. And this is the Polaris, which is the source of light, giving birth to the Big Bang. Let there be light, the Big Bang. And then the Big Bang literally created this two-dimensional plane that we call earth right here. So the Hebrews were dealing with science. And even when you look at the Hebrew conception of the cosmos, they're literally telling you everything that I just said with that model right there, with God being the source of light sitting above this circle of the earth. So if you look at the throne of God in the Hebrew model, and I'm going to give you this time back, I just want to clarify. If you look at God right here, that's the light of creation. That's what the Most High represent, the light. And when the light came on, what it created was the earth realm. And the earth realm is basically the circle of the earth, which is a result of the light expanding from on high. That's all I'm saying. That is the actual simple science behind this flat earth Hebrew so-called archaic conception. It's a very simple science. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate your knowledge in science. I don't even deal with science, and I'm a physics major. I got a bachelor's degree in physics, but I don't even do science. I had to let that go once I get into book. But anyway, let's go back to when you was talking about when the Most High created light. That's Genesis 1 verse 3, and I don't say God. I always replace God with Most High. It says, "And God said, let there be light, and there was light." Right, and he saw that the light was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. So the Most High, he spoke light into existence. So dealing with that light, where does sunlight come from? It's a simple question.
I got you. So check this out. When it comes to the sunlight and the
Mhm.
moonlight, I'm gonna give you both of them. I'm gonna give you both of them.
There's four different lights now. There's four different
But
lights.
let's just deal with the
Mhm.
main two, and that's the sun
Okay.
and moon, right? Now
Uh-huh.
watch this, right? Here is I'm finna pull some up for you because this is important, and you hitting me with questions that I wasn't expecting, but I'm definitely prepared to answer them. So
Oh,
give me.
brother, hey, I've been watching you for a while. I love you, brother. I ain't challenging you.
Oh no, I appreciate
I'm
you,
just trying to get my truth out. That's all it is.
and you're doing a good job, man. And salutes to all the callers. Give me 1 minute. I got you. Ain't gonna take too long. Boom. And let's go ahead and pull this up. This is called a Eucharist. This is what the
Mhm.
Catholic Church is giving us.
Right.
I made this collage. It's gonna look crazy, but just pay attention real quick.
I got you.
In the bottom right, this right here is ancient cosmology. I just showed you with the. Oh, let me take the chat room off a minute because it's blocking what I'm sharing. Let me do this. This white ball that you see in the
Mhm.
middle of this thing. This
Right.
represent the base physical real reality. Reality. Now, when
Mhm.
these rays of light, let there be light, that represent the holographic simulation. So let me show you how this works, right?
Mhm.
Let me show you this. If you look at a disco ball, right, and you look at the pattern that a disco ball make on the ground or whatever,
Mhm.
you will see what the flat earth is and why they said let there be light and all that. Now just hear me out. I'm finna go somewhere with this, right?
I'm following you, brother.
All right. This disco ball represent the real reality, the source of all light. And what I mean by that is that the light is the holographic reality. Our earth ain't physical. It's holographic in nature. It's light-based. Everything go from solid, liquid to gas and then back to light. But let me show you something real quick about the magnetic ley lines on the flat earth. When you look at this map that everybody's so crazy about right now, this right here is all about giving us the azimuth equidistant projection. This called an AE map for a reason, azimuth equidistant projection. That's the purpose of this map. People trying to act like this is the flat earth model. This is not the flat earth model. This shows you one purpose, the layout of the magnetic ley lines. And basically, all of the magnetism that's creating the earth, look, and as a collective, it looks like a spider web. You see, and that can
Mhm.
be look like that's the framework or the skeleton, and everything else is like, the fruit
Right.
on the tree. But the thing is this: in the middle of this circle is the most densest form of matter. And everything outside of that start to get less dense. If you want to use matter and antimatter, the material world is being projected from this non-material source in the middle. And that in the middle of the earth, what we call the North Pole, is like this disco ball. That's like saying when scientists say that our entire universe, only 1% of it is physical and the rest is like non-physical. When you look at the whole universe, they're telling you we live in a hologram. It ain't physical. Now, only 1% of this thing is really physical when you compare it to the scale of the entire universe, because all that exists is this disco ball. Everything else is just reflected refraction lights coming from that. In other words, God, the name of God was ball. That was the name of God, ball. And this ball right here is what's called the seed of creation. And just like a piece of fruit, the fruit get more denser at the core. Have you ever bit into a peach? The peach got soft. It got soft, juicy fruit. But in the middle is this hard, solid seed. And that's the thing that allowed a peach to keep recreating itself. And that's like the disco ball. That's the source of the Big Bang. When these lights go off, our entire holographic universe go away in a snap of a finger, because our entire universe is nothing but these projected bubbles that you see coming from the disco ball. They're not real. These little dots that you see represent all the galaxies in space, as what they call it, right? But none of them are real. They are all holographic. And that's why when NASA show you these galaxies from macrocosm, guess what they show you? Light-based holograms. Look at them. If you take a look at this, and they even telling you none of these galaxies, they telling you out of all of space, only 1% of all of this is what we can call physical. So what are they saying? They're saying every star you see is a holographic projection that come from the source of the Big Bang, which is Polaris, the disco ball up here. And the only real thing is the source that started the let there be light. The let there be light was never let there be solid, liquid, and gas. Let me show you what that, do you think that these states of matter are real? I'm gonna give you your time on the clock whenever I do this. I just wanna do this. This is solid, liquid, and gas manifesting via light. Light is the final state of matter for solid, liquid, and gas. You know why? Look at the image I'm showing now. Everything in our holographic simulation, at the end goal, really this is what our universe looked like. It's a projection of light. But within this light matrix, within this simulation, this light-based holographic matrix, light is appearing as solid, liquid, gas, concrete, cars, oceans. But all of it ain't nothing but light projecting you a tree or an ocean or a bird or a human. And that's why the final state of matter for everything in the universe, it goes back to what it was at first. Let there be light, which is why the God what represents light said what? I'm the Alpha and Omega. I'm the beginning and end. You started as light, and you're going to go back to a light body. In between, we will manifest as this holy trinity of solid, liquid, and gas. That represent the trinity that creates this earth plane or this physical creation. But they're telling you that physicality only makes up 1% of the entire universe. So where's the other 99%? It's this disco ball. All of these little lights that you see on the ground, even though it's more of them than the disco ball, they ain't dense. They're holographic. The ancestors said that the underworld, which is the world that sits under the true world, right, is a world. Okay, go ahead. You want to interject for sure? Go ahead.
No, you were saying the underworld, according to the book, is called Sheol. you actually put up a diagram on it which showed the sun and the moon and everything inside the firmament. I think you did that with God
Okay.
earlier.
Let's hold up on Sheol though. This is what I'm
Oh,
trying to
okay.
show y'all, real simple stuff. Here is what scientists give you for the Big Bang Theory. How it was just light. How does light become trees and water? Ain't number one answer to that via
Most
holography.
High.
Ain't no. You giving me a Christian based answer,
I,
but I'm
I'm
giving
not gonna
you a
let you go.
scientific method based answer. Just
I,
let me cook a minute. You'll hear
all
what I'm
right.
saying.
I can
The
smell the fumes.
the only way that light can become a tree or water or elephant, that can't happen through a chemical reaction. If it could, someone would be able to reduplicate that right now. They would be able to take light and turn it into a tree. The only way we can take light and turn it into a tree or animal or anything is via holography. So what I'm telling you is that our universe isn't physical, it's holographic, and we're trying to get to the physical universe. We left our base. I believe our ancestors somehow got so advanced that they left our original Earth. And this is what the Exodus is all about. When the light came on, that was us creating an alternative universe that was holographic, but it was a reflection of our base universe. But the projected universe can't be three-dimensional because it's a projection. And if you need me to show you what that is, just be patient, brother. I'm gonna give you your time back. I got callers waiting for you. Watch this, right? This is what the Big Bang Theory is about, but it ain't a theory, it's a reality. Our Earth is a two-dimensional reality that is appearing to be three-dimensional, just like a TV. Just like when you turn your TV on, it's flat. The screen is flat, but you're looking into a square three-dimensional. It's like a painter with a canvas. His canvas is 2D. It's two-dimensional flat surface. But he can paint a 3D picture on that two-dimensional surface. And that's what Earth is. Earth is the illusion of three dimensions inside of a two-dimensional spectrum. And what I'm telling you, this two-dimensional reality that we live in, that we call an Earth, is not our real reality. It's a projection. So I'm gonna end right here. The Big Bang is all about telling us how we left the source of. They never tell you what started the Big Bang. We created technology in the past in our base Earth. We created advanced computing technology that allowed us to create simulations, alternative realities. We about to do it again. History repeating itself. And the first exodus that the Bible speak of, when we left Eden, we was leaving our base reality. These realities that we in now, they are holographic projections. And the only thing that's real is Polaris. Everything else is a hologram, including all of us. Even the Bible say that we live in a matrix when they teach that Earth is not our real home. Heaven is. And heaven is this place in the clouds right here that's summoning us up. And this represents our home right here, Eden, right here. And from that light, when they said, let there be light, you got two forms of light, blue light and red light. And that's what the Catholics showing you here. That became the sun and moon, all revolving around this base reality, Polaris. The sun and moon are circling the North Pole, which is the real reality. And that's because this disco ball is spinning. Every light you see, if you look at the way the whole universe, they telling you how it's made, everything in the heliocentric universe is revolving around the source of the Big Bang. This is a macro code. If you take this concept and apply it to Earth, that means that our sun and moon would be going around Polaris. just like every alternative universe is going around the source of the Big Bang. It would be, as they call it, as above, so below. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And basically, just like light reflecting from a disco ball, the pattern on this three-dimensional disco ball would turn into a two-dimensional pattern down here that will look just like the AE map that I'm showing you here. So all of those dots, if you connect them, you will make a spider web pattern, which is this map right here. Now, they giving us the Big Bang, but here's the truth right here is that the Big Bang is all of the magnetic ley lines expanding from the point of singularity. So I'll end right here. Here's another image. Here's another image of the Big Bang, and I'll just go back and show you how they see. You see where man is right here? This is man. Here is the original point of singularity when the universe was created, and they telling you man didn't come around to way back here 15,000 million years later. We came on the scene. But what is this really showing you? If you really look at it, it's showing you projection. Look at it. They're showing you that our universe started from like this projector machine. Let there be light. When the light came on, it expanded and shot a image that we call home. Man is literally the Truman Show. Your world is within this little box, projected box coming from a base reality. And they showing you that right here. They showing you how man is projected from a more potent source of light than what expanded from the source. Because when you turn a flashlight on, the light get brighter as you get closer to the source. And that'll be traveling back in time to the very first infant stages of the universe, what we call the light of conception, when you was a baby. Each and every last one of us is a Big Bang. I don't want to go too deep with this. This is the esoteric side of flat earth knowledge that the ancestors and all that was into. It gets into the mysteries of life and death. So I'm going to just keep it on back on the Antarctic thing. But you asked me a question about the light, the sun and moon, and I did answer you thoroughly by showing you how the sun and moon are light sources that expanded from Polaris. When this light came on, it split into two main sides, red shift, blue shift. That's what you find when you study magnetism. In a torus field, you will have negative, positive, sun and moon, man and woman. This right here is basically Adam and Eve in between the tree of life, red and blue, man and woman, yin and yang. But yeah, you got it.
All right, I appreciate all that. Can
you
do
get
me
the
a favor
last word, and I'm gonna go to the next callers. Take your time.
All right. Can you pull up that image that you pull up with Rob showing the Earth and all that stuff? And you remember that image you pulled up with Rob? You was explaining it.
The image I was showing. Like oh, the globe model showing how their Earth is.
Right
yeah, right there you go. There you go.
Yeah, pull that image back up for me real quick.
I gotta share it with you. My bad.
Right.
I'm not sharing. Let me get you screen share back up.
It was the image.
I know which one you.
Image right here.
Oh, I am sharing. Oh, this ain't the one.
No, it was the one right before that. You were showing Rob an image where it shows the moon and the sun, and then had Earth underneath it. I think you got that from
the Hebrews.
I think it was actually in the Bible. So
yeah, okay, that's called a Hebrew cosmos.
There it is, right there.
There you go.
That's the one. All right. So I'm back in Genesis 1. I'm on verse 5. When the Most High created light, which he actually spoke into existence with frequency, and then there was light. What did he name the light? What did he call the light that he created? You might have to go back to the
light
scriptures.
Light.
What did he call the light?
I remember these scriptures. I don't remember him naming the light, because when the Bible say, okay, go ahead.
Named the light. He named the light day. Okay.
No. I'm just wait. Slow down.
I'm not making it up. I'm just reading.
I know,
I'm just reading
brother. Slow down a second. What I'm telling you is this: When the Bible say let there be light in Genesis, that is not the sun, because later
I know.
on,
I know.
wait a minute, later
I'm
on,
100% with
God
you.
creates the, okay, so
I'm
why
100% with you.
okay, well, I'm trying to see why are you naming that beginning like day when the sun wasn't there yet, though?
See the Most High called it day. I didn't call it day.
Where's the scripture? Let's pull that up real quick.
Genesis 1 verse 5.
Okay, let's pull it up. Genesis, see if we can make some sense out of this real quick.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother.
In the beginning, you want the
Go to
KJV? Let's go KJV.
KJV. Just go to verse 5.
And God, okay, let's start from 1 though. In the
Okay, let's start
beginning,
from
God,
1. Yeah, I
in,
like
in,
I like
in,
context. I
in,
like
in,
context.
in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Then God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and that darkness he called night. So the evening and the morning were the first day. Now,
That's what he did on the first day.
now watch this though. What I take from this scripture, because the sun is later created. We both agree with
Yeah,
that.
on the fourth day, on the third day.
So the conundrum here,
Fourth day.
we got you. The conundrum, I want to point this out to everybody, what the problem is with this. God created day before God created the sun. And that's something that needs to be discussed. Y'all get what I'm saying? So think about what happened at first, though. God created one light source. Let there be light. God didn't go to naming that light until he divided it. So when God named the light night and day, that was like God saying, here go man and here go woman. Here go masculine and feminine. That goes back to the Eucharist image that I was showing you earlier. Let's pull that back up right now, because look at what God did up here, y'all. Watch this now. God represents Polaris. That's the source light in the middle of the sun and moon. When Jesus is breaking the bread in half, that's God creating the sun and moon, or splitting that light up into day and night before it became a sun and moon. You know why? You know why day and night was created before the sun and moon? Because
it was always darkness.
Let me explain something to you though.
Okay, I got you. I'm not going to interrupt. I'm not going to be like Rob.
Day and night was created before the sun and moon was created, because in my opinion, the ether was already in motion before humans existed. So, and what I mean by that is when God appeared into the waters, that was like a hurricane forming in the water, a spiral of life, the Fibonacci spiral. The waters weren't disturbed. It was just the waters was chilling. But when God hovered over those waters, this is what God created right here. When God hovered.
Can you put that image back up when you finish with that?
Brother, I got you. I got you, brother. When God hovered over the face of the waters, this is what happened to the waters. This is how the sun and moon got separated from the source light and duality was created. But this hurricane is literally the yin yang symbol. This is how you get masculine, feminine, man and woman, day, night. God represents that which creates duality, yin and yang. And I'm showing you why the face of God had to hover over the waters, because there is an invisible vortex above this hurricane that's creating a hurricane. The hurricane ain't just created itself. You can feel the energy of it's a visible vortex. And that represents God, that all-seeing eye in the middle of the universe. And that's what I'm telling you about the Catholic Eucharist in red shift and blue shift. One of these will be red, one of them will be blue, 6-9. And that's how you get duality, and that's how you get sun and moon. Sun and moon wouldn't exist if God wasn't right here in the middle stirring it all up. You wouldn't even have 6-9 vortex energy, sun and moon. And the way that the Catholics show you this is with this right here. Because God is splitting it all in the middle, you can get red and blue or polarity, polar opposites, sun and moon. This right here is nothing but this right here. Everybody
Yeah, keep
high
that
and
keep
flat,
that
flat
image
earth.
up right
Yeah,
there.
but and take your time. I gotta get to some next callers, but
Yeah, I'm gonna make it real
definitely
quick.
I'm gonna let you wrap it up, and then we'll go to the next callers after your spiel. Go ahead.
Okay, according to that image, now we're on. Put that that image right there. Yeah, where it says showing you the firmament and everything. So we established that the light was created on the first day, and he called the light day. Now he created the firmament and then earth after that. Okay, so if we go to Genesis chapter 1 verse 9, that image you have up there explains everything perfect biblically. Okay, and so it says, and the Most High said, let the waters under heaven, which is the firmament, be gathered unto one place, and let the dry land appear and it was so, right? And then verse 10 says, and the Most High called the dry land earth. So that lets you know earth is not an object, because when you put THE in front of it, it becomes an object, the earth. But the earth is just a dry land we walk on.
Thank
Now,
you.
going back to the light, if we go down to Genesis 1, verse 14, this is why I was calling to help you with Rob, right? You know, Rob seemed to think the sun and the moon is not in our atmosphere, but according to 14, verse 14,
Hmm?
and God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament." He
Oh
didn't
yeah,
say outside the firmament. He say in the
in the
firmament.
firmament.
Now
And see,
if
I'm
you put
so
that what you call
glad,
it back up, if you
bro.
put that picture back up, I'm gonna show
Uh huh.
you.
I
I'm gonna
got you.
talk you right through it. Put that picture back up for me. There, put that picture right there. Now,
This
14
brother
says,
killing it, man. Salutes to you for this.
and he said, and Moses said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven
Mm-hmm.
to
Mm-hmm.
divide the day from the night. Right. So he's placing three different lights inside the firmament. One to rule the day, which is the sun, one to rule the night, which is the moon, and he created the stars also. So all the moon, stars, and the sun are inside
The
the
firmament.
firmament. There's
Yep.
no such thing as outer space.
Yep.
Okay. And then I read on, and it said, and let the lights in the firmament, I'm on 15, of
Uh
the
huh.
heavens to give light upon the earth, and it was so. Now watch 16. And the Most High made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day. What light rules the day?
Son.
The sun. So the Most High placed the sun in the daylight. What is daylight? The light he said, let there be light.
Oh.
So
Uh huh.
you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he placed it in the middle of the light. A lot of people don't understand this. during the day, the sun is ruling the day with its light. That's why you can't see any stars, any things outside of that. Now, I can guarantee you, if the Most High say I'm gonna turn the sun off, it'll still be daylight outside. What's the first light you see when darkness leaves? What do they call that? Daylight.
And you
And then
know what?
the sun follows behind it. The
Yep.
sunlight follows behind it. I'm gonna wrap this up
So hold
for this,
on a
but I know you
second.
got a
I
lot of
wanna
people.
I wanna clarify to them what you're saying. You're saying daylight existed before sunlight and night light existed before moonlight, and I can back you up with that because guess what? During a solar eclipse, the sun go away, but it's still daytime. It's
It's
still
still light
daytime.
outside. 16 tells you that the Most High set the sun in the day to
And the
rule the day.
daylight was already there before the
Already there.
sun came. And what's
Already there.
bro, that's crazy. And bro, we've been teaching that, but you just came with the scripture connection to confirm it. I gotta drop a
But
bomb.
But see, the whole thing about it, my brother, is that we've been taught and put into a doctrine to where we always go according to what somebody else is say. But when you read for yourself, you get your own understanding. The main word that everybody is having a misconception is the word "in." When he said he placed the lights in the firmament. Now I could add side to it. I don't add to the Bible. I don't take away. But he said he placed them in the firmament to rule the day and to rule the night. And he created the stars also. So
Mm-hmm.
that lets me know there's no such thing as outer space. Now go back to verse 9 when
Well,
he
hold
said,
on. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Let
Mhm.
me put you in a waiting room. I got to go to another
Go
caller.
ahead.
But
Go
stick
ahead, brother.
around. I'm going to have a round table and get like everyone back on at the end. But let me give everyone 5 minutes each their little
I
time each.
appreciate you, brother.
For
I'll
sure.
be here.
All right, for sure. Be looking forward to it. Shout out to Masha Al Cannon L. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, give thanks and praise, my brother.
Thank you so much for joining, my brother. I'm gonna turn the mic over to you. You got 1K people listening to you. Speak your mind on the subject at hand. We kind of got off track there a bit with the Antarctic, the final experiment, but the whole point of the show was I was making a point that if they want to disprove the flat Earth model, they will have to answer questions about why are we able to look down at the sun. The sun can't be 93 million miles away if we have visual. I mean, because the whole final experiment is about observing what the sun is doing to prove one of our models. And I'm telling you, the most important observation we need to be talking about is the phenomena of people looking down at the sun, even though it's supposed to be 93 million miles away. And they're trying to hide this argument, y'all, with the bogus Antarctic experiment. Everybody know that the biggest argument flat earthers make is that the sun ain't 93 million miles away. We don't care about no Antarctica stuff. So if you was really serious about debunking flat earth, you would answer these questions we've been asking for years. They're gonna try to act like we so stubborn because we've been saying that the sun don't do a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and now all flat earthers are wrong. Nope. David Weiss was saying that, and every other flat earther was saying we never been to Antarctica, but we know the sun ain't 93 million miles away. And we was showing stuff like this to prove that the sun ain't 93 million miles away. And instead of folks dealing with the argument we're presenting, they're making their own argument for us and having a few flat earthers represent the whole community with an argument we don't even make. We make this argument about the sun, that it ain't 93 million miles away. So let's deal with the actual argument that this community is making versus a bunch of flat earth shields who's selling us out for money. But let's go to the next caller. Shout out to Eric Dubé.
So I'm on, brother Sanchez.
You can take over the mic at this time. Thank you for joining. I'm going to mute up. You got 5 minutes per caller.
Oh, okay.
Take your
Yeah,
time.
I'll probably take less. Your presentation, I agree with 100%. And again, what happened is you're representing at all the time, because your presentation is also a representation, because you're doing the same thing. You're repeating the facts all the time, and then some of us are at different levels. So then sometimes it takes more presentation for us to even grasp the truth, from my perspective. Now, what happened is the brother before me, he had brought up Genesis with the two great lights, right? And your presentation about the two great light, I agree with. The only thing is that because of us reading from left to right, and then I would say our ancestors would read from right to left. I'm just going to use that. What happened is that because we're looking from down to up, and sometimes up to down, we have a different perspective. Now, what drew my question is, because we have it to say that the sun, was made on the fourth day. From my vibration is that the sun could not be made on the fourth day, because in order for the flowers and all of these other creatures that was made before the sun would have to be in the beginning to cause the photosynthesis and all the vibration in terms of growth upon the land. Now, there's a scripture that a lot of us haven't run into, but it shows us that the sun was in the beginning. That's why the heavens and the earth, everything was created in the beginning, from even the presentation with the ball that has all the circles on the earth. That was already done. The sun came from that ball before the fourth day. If you turn on a light on a ball, everything just comes down. That's what happened in the beginning. Now, the scripture I want you to read, my brother, is Psalms 50, verse 1.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute
Yes,
to pull
no
it.
problem.
Psalms 50, verse 1.
Yeah.
Everyone in attendance, can you all hit the like and share button, please? Psalm 51 states, the mighty one, God, the Lord, speaks and summons the earth from the rising of the sun to the place where it sets. You know, that's amazing that it said God summons the earth from the rising of the sun, because my research is showing that, put it this way, if you got rid of the sun and the moon, the earth would disappear and everything on it. And what I mean by that is the earth is a projection that's coming from the sun and the moon. The two hemispheres of the earth that's on the ground, or the two hemisplanes, however you do it, right? The yin and the yang, these two halves, are a result of the sun and the moon's light. When we say that one part of the earth is in night and one is in darkness, if you take away the moon, that entire part of the earth would disappear too, because nothing is physical. It's just a holographic projection. And the sun and moon are the parents, mama and daddy, that's projecting the two hemisplanes of the earth below. That's what I'm telling y'all. It's a holographic experience. They don't want us to know this, man. But they telling you the truth when they say nothing is really physical. The fact that everything that we call it physical is only 1% of all of what represent all the matter in the universe. The rest is unknown. And that is basically them telling you, we don't want to let you know we're in a holographic simulation. And that the 1% that represent the real reality, that's Eden. That's the base reality that's projecting this big gas giant around it. Like I showed earlier with the disco ball, that I think I must have took that off of there because I can't find it now. But summoning something means you're calling it into being. You're manifesting it with your words. And that's saying that the sun is actually creating the earth. The moon is actually creating its part of the earth. And both
Correct.
of these are two light sources that are branching from Polaris, which is the singularity. You know, and so I'm only
Right.
saying, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm saying it wasn't made on the fourth day. It was already in the beginning, my brother. So right. So what happened? Because we're on the same train of thought. So what happened is that because we are reading from left to right instead of right to left, even when they did this is how we have to really study the spiritual before we can even touch on the physical, to know when they mess with even our vibration. The thing is that they as my brother said, the light, yes, but that existed from you turn on the ball. That light already is in existence, so it could not be on the fourth day. So what happened is they want you to think that the night and the day is a day, when really, if you were reading from right to left, you would say the morning and the evening is a day. So what they're trying to do is mess with our vibration, that we think the evening is the night. No, the
Well,
evening is when
listen,
that's why we say the Most High, because we're talking about the sun in the middle at the highest point. That's why we call the sun the Most High. This is my vibration. So when the sun is going down, that's when you have 12:01 p.m. That's the evening. When the sun sets, then the night begins, which is separate. So you can't have the evening in the night. The evening has to be in the day. So it's a lot of it's a lot of switch up by these other people who wants our vibration to go down instead of rise up. And that's my thought, my brother. Thank you,
Okay.
brother Sanchez, for
And,
giving me the 5 minutes.
and
I
thank you
yield.
for calling in. You can join us at the round table if you stick around the waiting room. Thank you. We're gonna go to the next caller. I want to keep in mind, guys, to stay on track if we can, because the whole thing is the final experiment is not an experiment, it's an observation. Because listen, after they done, let's say that the sun is 24 hours in Antarctica. I still won't be a globe earther because I never made the argument of what the sun isn't or is doing in Antarctica. The argument that I made about the sun was that it ain't 93 million miles away. And if a person know they can't prove that argument, they would make it about a whole nother argument to represent the flat earth community. And that's what this Christian pastor Will Duff is doing. And we got so much biblical proof for flat earth. You got to ask yourself why a Christian pastor don't want to go to the Bible with this.
Oh my God.
Come on now. Come on now. You got a Christian pastor who's debating a predominantly Christian community, and he want to leave the Bibles at home with this one. Something ain't adding up. So what I can deduce with that is that this Christian pastor, who's supposed to be a man of the Bible, knows that the Bible supports flat earth. So he got to go to science because science supports globe earth. And what I got to say is that if a man of God can address a predominantly Christian group with the Bible to prove his truth, something wrong with that man of God. Maybe he's a man of science. You can't be them both because God made man for woman and woman for man. And we know what science doing with men and women.
Oh my God.
Right. Men can be women with science. So this is me. I would like to debate the pastor from a moral perspective because I think he's a false Christian. But that's a whole nother debate. I think that this pastor is a false Christian, the way he's moving. And I'm going to bring on the next caller here. But don't nobody care about the 24-hour sun. And I'm telling you right now, if you're a flat earther and they don't see a 24-hour sun, you can't use that for flat earth proof. If you have a channel out there, guys, and you're a big channel and you're a globe earther, email me because I want to come to your channel. If the sun is not 24 hours in Antarctica, I'm gonna be the flat earther that go around telling the world that don't prove that the earth is flat, and it's coming from a flat earther. We gonna get back to the curvature argument. Y'all can't change the narrative. I'm not gonna let the flat earthers win this one. And I'm not gonna let the globalists win it because what they think about it, this whole thing is about to go mainstream because you got this pastor with all his money behind him. Right? But the thing is, as it goes mainstream, is misrepresenting the grassroots argument that was going on in the community, which was how far away is the sun from the earth? Because what they doing is they're going to debate David Weiss, his dumb argument, and make it like this is the leader of the flat earthers. No, it ain't. Why won't y'all debate Eric Dubé or Bro Sanchez? Everybody knows David Weiss, Jeranism, Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, all of these guys are just agents. They ain't real flat earthers. They in it for money. They'll throw this thing under the bus in a minute for a bag. and they all about clout and mainstream media attention. And the only kind of attention you gonna get from the mainstream is a hit piece. We should have learned that from behind the curve. Jaron can't keep convincing us that he's just making all these mistakes, y'all. So if you want to know what I feel about the 24-hour sun experiment that's going on, I don't think it's an experiment. I think it's an observation. And if we do observe that the sun is not 24 hours in Antarctica, it don't prove flat Earth. I'm gonna be the first flat earther on a tour to let the globalists know, don't worry, you ain't lost nothing. That don't prove nothing. Because it's changing the narrative and it's misrepresenting the arguments that was made from the jump. And it's also confirming that there is a group of shills that Eric Dubé was calling out, and that Eric Dubé was right the whole time about these people. You see, they ain't going to battle Eric Dubé. Think about this, right? The two biggest flat earth channels on YouTube is Eric Dubé and ODD TV, and you never hear their names come up in none of this stuff. How y'all overlooking the two biggest channels in our community? You know why? Because the two biggest channels in the flat earth community are literally grassroots channel. They ain't no shield channels. ODD and Eric Dubé gained their following genuinely just by making good flat earth content. And they have always had the hearts and minds of the majority of the people in the flat earth community. All they do is sit back, stay out of mess, and produce good flat earth content. They the best examples of a flat earth channel that we got, and they the most ignored. Why though? Because if you have implants in this flat earth community, they ain't gonna grow like Eric Dubé and ODD, because the flat earth community is a real grassroots community. It ain't mainstream. It ain't no machine controlling who gets big. In fact, the machine is censoring flat earth content. So if you want to find flat earth content, you literally got to be seeking it out on your own. And because of that, if a person is making good flat earth content, they're going to have a legitimately decent channel with a lot of followers, because the flat earth community is small on a big level, but it's big on a social media level. You know, it's a lot of flat earthers, and they need a place to go to get flat earth content. So that creates an opportunity for people like Eric Dubé, ODD. These like the biggest channel, because if you go to them, it's nothing but flat earth content and nothing else. You know, and all of their followers are people that's just seeking flat earth content. It's really grassroots. Now, why would the mainstream media come into a community, overlook the biggest channels, and go to these small channels that keep messing up and fumbling the ball when the camera on them? They failing experiments. They shooting themselves in the foot. They doing hit pieces behind the curve. And they getting paid the whole while they doing it. Everybody needs to know that the flat earth community have been infiltrated by people who are not real flat earthers. And they are helping to drive this thing into the ground and to sabotage it while lacing their pockets. They're making irrelevant arguments, doing hit pieces on Netflix. Every time you turn around, these people is fumbling the ball. How are they one of us when it's so simple to prove flat earth? Anybody could have told that pastor, I think a better experiment to do would be the distance of the sun, because not all flat earthers agree that there is no 24-hour sun. Why would you take one or two men's argument and make that the whole community argument when the whole community got an argument already for the sun, and that is not 93 million miles away? You will not find a flat earther that'll debate you on that. Every flat earther agree that the sun is close. But every flat earther don't agree that it ain't no 24-hour sun. So if you're going to debate us as a collective, why would you take the argument? It's like y'all are making David Weiss and Jeranism and all them the leaders of our community when they ain't even got the biggest following in our community. But if these are your implants, you got to go publicly to the mainstream media and act like here is the flat earth leaders. No, them the implants that y'all put in our community that these rich pastors and rich people putting money behind them to be the spokesman and representatives of our group so they can sabotage it. This is an infiltration. No flat earther said Jeranism or David Weiss or Whitsett was the leaders or the spokesman for this community. And not all flat earthers agree that there's no 24-hour sun. So if there's going to be a mainstream debate for both models to prove themselves based upon your claims about the sun, why not tell the world flat earthers say that the sun ain't 93 million miles away? Because all of us say that. Every flat earther say that. But every flat earther don't say that there's no 24-hour sun. Your implants only say that. And y'all want to change that to the argument because you know the sun is close. You know the sun ain't 93 million miles away. And they always run from images like this. I've been doing this for years. And every time I bring up videos like this one and videos like this one, they say, well, it ain't the sun, it's a reflection. If you move the clouds away, then it'll be, you know, they do what Rob did. They like to move away from this right here. It really sad because images like this show that the sun is close and within the atmosphere, just like we read in the Bible. You got a pastor who's a man of the Bible who's going against the Bible right now. And you want to know why the Bible even say that most of the Christian churches are going to follow the beast and the Antichrist. This pastor is a charlatan. He's anti-biblical, anti-Christ. And I would love to debate Pastor William, on biblical flat earth. Don't be a coward. You're a millionaire, right? You want to change the minds of flat earthers. Well, you're a pastor, sir. And I'm telling you, Mr. William, I'm a Christian. And the Bible said that it's flat. Because the Bible tells me so. The Bible told me so. Now, after you through with your little Antarctica trip, Pastor William, come back and let's open up that Bible. Because you're a pastor, right? Let's make sure you ain't a charlatan and that you follow the Bible, not just when it's convenient. Because you left it at home when you went to Antarctica. Yeah. I want to debate him from a Christian perspective since he's a pastor. Because we just presented scriptures for the Bible that prove our model with biblical scriptures. And I'm following those scriptures up with observations right in front of your face. Here go video footage that show you that the Bible wasn't lying. Now, you would have Christians come up here and speak against the Bible and say, well, that ain't what the Bible mean, and that ain't the sun you seeing. And these are the charlatans, the synagogue of Satan that the Bible speak of. You literally got to be anti-biblical to prove the globe model, which is why you got a pastor that's trying to prove the shape of the earth, but he don't want to open up the Bible with it, y'all. When the Bible say the earth is immovable and it's flat, it's a circle. The Bible speak of the sun and the stars being within the firmament dome. And not just the Bible, the Quran too. The Quran too. So if we really want to have a debate about what we observe the sun doing to prove either model, let's deal with the sun ain't 93 million miles away, because every flat earther making that claim. Y'all running from that and putting a lot of money behind this Antarctic sun, which is a nothing burger. That's propaganda to run from the real argument that you know you don't have an answer for this. And nobody want to deal with this. Let's go to the next caller. The link is pinned to the top of the chat for people who want to call in one at a time, 5 minutes each. Sacred No Ledge, stand by. We're going to get to you in a minute. Let's go to I Am Hendrix. I Am Hendrix. You can unmute your mic. Welcome to the show. He was here first, so let's go to him first. Hit your microphone button, my brother. There you go. Mic check to you. Mic check to my brother, I Am Hendrix. Mic check to Sacred No Ledge.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Talk to him.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get you out of here. It's just 2-minute tech issues you having. Let's go to the next caller. Duke of Memphis, get ready. We bringing you in. I have footage on the screen right now. If globalists want to talk to me, I'm a flat earther and I'm willing to become a globe earther because I'm all about truth. But you ain't gonna have it your way. You ain't gonna say what, the experiment gonna be under your regulations, because I know what led me to flat earth. And if you ain't gonna debunk the observations that made me say it was flat, you can't make up your own arguments and say, see, I debunked his claim and he just been stubborn. Well, that wasn't my claim. And that's what they're doing with David Weiss, with Whitsitt, with Jeranism. To me, it's just a bunch of white boys playing in the snow during Christmas time. I don't even take it serious. Duke of Memphis, what up, man? Mic check to you. They over there doing Antarctica snow angels and all that.
What's up, brother? What's up, brother?
You got it, my brother. You got the floor. Talk to him. I'm gonna mute up,
Man, you killing it. I was gonna do a super chat and put what I wanted to say. Is real short though, but especially about the picture of the sun you had in the clouds and stuff like that. If I'm not mistaken, if you put it up again, is that a horizon or some land behind it? Also, like an horizon, you shouldn't be able to see the sun. Nothing should be behind that, really. You know what I'm saying? If it's 93 million miles away. But just you killing it, man. And that's it, man. I'm gonna put it on the super chat. What I had to say. I meant to jump out of the
appreciate that. I appreciate that, Duke, as always, my brother. I'm gonna just put you in the waiting room because you might want to come back for the round table, so you can do that if you want. You can come back when I get everybody on.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you,
For
man.
sure.
Love you, man.
Yeah. Love you too, bro. Let's go to Go Getter. Go Getter, we bringing you up now. And as the next caller come up, drop a 1 in the chat room if what I've been saying on this stream, is it fair? Is it fair? Because think about how much of a fair person I am. I'm saying if the sun does what the flat earthers want it to do, it still don't prove the shape of the earth. Because I'm so passionate about us getting, it's like people are ignoring the real arguments because it's just too damnable. What if the whole world can really talk about images like this, phenomena like this? Rob didn't do a good job of explaining this away. Let me do another vote. Let me do a poll real quick, because We had a globalist on to explain this phenomena. Watch this, right? Let's do this. Did Rob do a good job of explaining the receipts that I showed? Did Rob do a good job, guys, of explaining this video footage right here? Or this video footage right here? Because me personally, I think Rob did a horrible job and a laughable job. And he know that, which is why he wanted to get childish toward the end. And this is what I get every time I present these receipts to globalists. It's just avoiding it, and then it'll turn into childish stuff. And even when we got globalists that's got millions of dollars that want to argue against flat earth, they still are ignoring the biggest claims we've made about the sun, which is that it's not 93 million miles away. Some is fishy about that. Some fishy about that. Everyone know that the main argument flat earthers make about the sun is that it ain't 93 million miles away. And that's why you can't find a flat earther nowhere in the world that'll disagree with that. There is no flat earther that exists that'll tell you the sun is 93 million miles away. So why not, if you can debunk that, you just killed every flat earther in the world. But so why wouldn't you do that when everybody know all flat earthers teach that? But can't nobody come and say all flat earthers teach that it ain't no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's a lie. Flat earthers even debate each other about that one. So why would you use that as the argument to represent what we all say about the sun? Because you know why? Every flat earther know you can't argue with the fact that the sun ain't 93 million miles away when you go to look at what I'm showing. That's why none of us argue about that one. No flat earther argue that one. But we argue about what happens in Antarctica because I'm going to be honest. Every flat earther, out of every flat earther in the world, I doubt if any of them even live in Antarctica or even been in their life. So when flat earthers are debating about what happened in Antarctica, it's just like them debating about what's happening in the Marianas Trench. Most of them never even been before. So you going to Antarctica to see what happens to the sun in Antarctica is going to solve an argument that's been happening within the flat earth community itself. What's happening in Antarctica isn't a flat earth versus globe earth argument. It's an AE map argument. And again, no flat earther. In other words, when you put the sun and moon over the AE map, you just messed that model up. That model wasn't designed to scale to show you what the light of the sun is doing when it's triangulating over the earth. Think about what I'm saying. But for you to say, the person who made, let me show y'all something about the AE map, why I don't like what Jaron and Whitsett doing. The man who made this map, he made it to show the azimuth equidistant projection. That means each one of these is an azimuth point. It's an angle, right? What is an azimuth for you guys that don't know? If you want to use a compass, right? Azimuth is the direction of a celestial object from the observer. Okay? Simple. It's expressed as the angular distance from the north or south point on the horizon to the point at which a vertical circle passing through the object intersects the horizon. So if you look at right here, if you look at this observer point right here, what I'm showing in the middle of this, look at what they showing you, what represents azimuth equidistance. I want y'all to pay attention to this right here. This is the literal example that science give you for azimuth equidistance. Why am I showing you this? Let's go back to ancient flat earth again. Open your eyes up. You can't have azimuth equidistant projection on a globe earth. All of this is based on flat earth. Look at this now. Here go the Hebrew conception of the universe. And here is the example they giving you for azimuthal projection. You see how they got everything inside of the sphere and not on the surface of it? You see how the observer, when you study this right here, right, you will see that this is all based on flat earth. Look at the zenith. This the highest point, the zenith. And that right there in the Hebrew cosmos is God. The root word of zenith is what? Zen, which is peace. And they said God represent peace, the Prince of Peace, tranquility, the Zen point, the zenith, right? It's all in front of your face right here. This is the North Pole, which is the dotted line. That's the candy cane, Santa Claus, that dotted line, the North Pole, the Zen point. They hiding this right in your face. Only reason a person wouldn't accept it is because they don't want to get laughed at. But I don't care. I'm brave. I don't care about being laughed at. I know I got the truth. I just know that most of the world live in a lie, and they want to be lied to. I know that the ancestors knew what they was talking about and that they were smarter than us. We dumb as hell today. Now check this out, right, y'all? If you divide this circle up with angular points based upon the observer doing a 360, like you standing straight up and just spinning around, right? You would actually cut this circle up into a pie. And that's what the AE map did right here. It'll look like a spider web. That's to say, if you was in the middle of this circle, this would be how we think about this right here. When you're using a compass, the compass is based upon the North Pole. And when you shoot an azimuth with your compass, it's to say that based upon the North Pole being a reference point, your coordinates is any one of these points on the circle where these lines intersect. This is how you use a compass. I can find you anywhere on Earth based upon coordinate grid points that's based upon the magnetic ley lines of the Earth. Anybody that ever used the compass know about shooting an azimuth. This map was based upon the way we sail, use maps for maritime laws, using compasses. It is not built to scale, though. It ain't to scale. Because this map, the purposes of this map is for azimuthal equidistant projection. This map ain't gonna tell you what the sun and moon doing, and that's why the person that made this map never introduced the sun and moon on it. Look at it. Look at it. Where do you see the sun and moon at on here? If a flat earther take this map and put the sun and moon on it, right? Watch this. That's a mistake they making. This map isn't made to scale to show you how it wouldn't accurately represent sun positions, what the sun is doing based on this map. Because listen, it's so many factors into that. How bright is the sunlight? How exactly is the sun moving over your model? Actually, you feel me? All of this got to be accounted for. If you take this map and you just throw a sun and moon over it, you just inaccurately think about this, right? Ask a flat earther, why isn't the sun and moon? Why isn't it over this map? Why is the dude that made this map? Why didn't he introduce a sun and moon over it? Because the purpose of this map was equidistant projection, azimuth points. And you can't debunk that. If you use this map for the purpose of it, that all of the magnetic ley lines are pointing to the North Pole. Ain't no way around that. Ain't no way around it. And guess what? How you know ain't no way around it? The moment you pull up the azimuth, they got to explain this with a flat earth model. They got to explain this with a flat circle and the sun close. And when you go to talking azimuths, now you got to go to talking a flat circle, a close sun. Why they can't explain this with a globe earth model, man? Why, when it go time for me to talk about how compasses work, you get me back to the flat earth dome and the Truman Show? Look at this, man. Come on now. Why can't you explain azimuths on a globe model? Because it ain't but one pole. That's the North Pole. And all azimuth projected angles, all points on this flat earth circle are coming from Polaris. I showed y'all this earlier with the disco ball. Here go the Mayan version. Every single magnetic ley line is born from the center. You see this X in the middle of the circle? That's all of the magnetic ley lines going back to the North Pole. It's like the roots to a tree trunk going to the tree, which is the North Pole, but all of its roots branching outward. So when it's time to explain azimuth projection, how do we do it? We go right back to the flat earth model. Now they'll try to act like this ain't the flat earth model. They'll try to make this make sense on a globe, but it just don't. Because no compass has ever pointed to magnetic south. So my whole thing is this right here. If you use this map for what the purpose, what it was made for, it proves flat earth. But in order for you to debunk this map, you would have to introduce something to it that the maker of this map didn't even introduce to it itself, and that's the sun and moon. This map was never made to even go nowhere near showing you what the sun and moon doing. It's a few flat earthers trying to force that on this map. If a person say the earth is flat and I can prove it with magnetic ley lines, why would you throw a sun and moon over this map and try to debunk them with what the sun doing on it? When that person is saying, I can't even be sure what the sun is doing. I'm not an expert on the heavens, but I know that the ground I'm walking on is flat. I keep telling you, flat earthers even argue about what the sun and moon, all of the, listen, the crazy thing about the sun and the moon arguments, those are astrological debates. That's why I said if a flat earther proved that the sun is doing one thing, to me, that flat earther didn't prove that the earth is flat still. He proved he know what he talking about when it comes to celestial objects. But if he say the reason the sun doing that is because it's because the earth is flat, that's a whole nother argument he got to prove. Proving exactly what the sun is doing versus how what the sun did fits or don't fit your model is two different things. And with that being said, if you prove that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, or if you prove that it's not, I don't think you can conclude on what the ground is doing. So I think there are flat earth debates, and then I think there are celestial debates. And I don't really like to mix the two, because just because you prove me wrong as a flat earther, because you have, what I'm saying is this, even globe earthers debate about what the stars is doing, and flat earthers do too. We ain't up there with them. We on the ground. It's a legitimate debate. It's a legitimate point of where both groups ain't uniform. Okay? And me, I've been debating globe earthers for years, And they all got a different story when we go to talking about the sun, moon, the stars, and all of that. And I give them a break on it because that's true for the flat earthers too. And when it comes to flat versus globe, the shape of the earth, I didn't know how it turned into the motion of the stars. It's a very simple debate. Is the earth curving beneath our feet or not? And I don't think we can answer that question observing what the sun do or don't do in Antarctica. Next person. Let's go to the next caller. Yeah, the people that's trying to act like this experiment proves anything is suspect to me. I think we got all of the callers. So now at this time, I'm going to actually drop the link again to see if we can get anybody that want to join. It's your last chance. I was going to have a round table, but I actually let me keep my word. Let me keep my word. I promised a round table. Let me do it. Let's get all of these brothers back on it. If it ain't nothing but for 30 minutes, I'll keep my word. So we'll let all of these callers come back on, speak their mind, and we'll start closing out. Don't go nowhere. Let's start with Sacred No Ledge. Hopefully he got his mic ready for us now.
Yo,
Gotcha,
check
brother.
this out.
Go ahead.
You hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Let me. So I talked to Ernie the other day, and I'm trying to tell him that no matter what happens, that I always remember the Lord when he comes to this flat. But he did.
You
Sorry,
sound
Jim.
you sound
Yeah, but
you sound a little muffled. You covering your if anything is covering the mouth part, let's uncover it. Go ahead.
okay.
There you go.
Hold on.
That's better.
Can you hear me a little bit better?
I can hear you better,
Okay. Yeah.
but you're
All right.
breaking up.
Anyway,
Good.
that's just crazy how they're doing that. Oh, okay. That's just crazy because we don't even know. We can't even prove that Antarctica is where they're going to be. I mean, the way they got set up, they can fake them out. So, yeah, it's kind of a silly thing. I agree.
Okay, appreciate that observation. Appreciate that, Sacred No Ledge. And I heard a bunch of globalists saying, for all flat earthers that's saying you can't go to Antarctica, this disproves that. I want to be clear, man. If y'all got to cheat to win, it's desperate at this point because flat earthers don't say you can't go to Antarctica. We say you can't go to the North Pole. Now, what we say about Antarctica is that you can't fly over it because it's not a continent. It is a ring. Check. Drop a one if that's what you know flat earthers been teaching for years and they lying on us now. Man, if you want us gone, do it the fair way. Y'all got to cheat because that let us know we telling the truth. Flat earth, they misrepresenting all of the arguments in this community at this time and they got shills helping them out. Flat earthers don't say you can't go to Antarctica. We say you can't go to the North Pole. We say you can't fly over Antarctica because it's not a continent. You see why they don't want to really deal with no real flat earthers like Sanchez. But they want to deal with some people that's willing to go out in the mainstream and misrepresent what the flat earth community has been saying. Because we've been saying the truth, which is why they had to censor us to begin with. We've been saying the truth. So you ain't going to come into this community and pick a flat earther that's literally going to represent what the community was saying all along. You're going to get the ones that's going to act like we were saying something else. We were saying you couldn't go to Antarctica. We were saying it ain't no 24-hour sun and that. Man, we wasn't saying nothing. Y'all was saying that.
Can I say one more thing?
When I'm done, what we was saying, right, was that the sun ain't 93 million miles away. And I can speak for everybody when I say that. But this little group of flat earthers that's in Antarctica, they can't speak for everybody. when they say the sun, it ain't no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But I can speak for every flat earther in the world when I say the sun ain't close. So I can literally represent my whole community worldwide with this one argument. And they running from that. They rather argue what a small handful of flat earthers said, because they know this small handful of flat earthers is an implant group that they put in our community to make a foul argument, or the wrong argument, so that it can later be debunked. That's why every flat earther don't agree with that, because we always knew it was some fishy about that we can't really speak on. Let's just stick with the shape of the earth. And that's what this community was doing. And they had to get somebody that's willing to sell out to go misrepresent where this community stand on the sun. Every flat earther worldwide teaches that the sun ain't 93 million miles away, but we just don't agree about what's happening in Antarctica. We divided on that. So why wouldn't you debate what we all united on, so that when you debunk that, you just killed all of us, and can't none of y'all say you don't agree with it? But a bunch of flat earthers don't agree with Jaron and David Weiss. Why are you getting them? Because to me, it's suspicious. They're implants. They've been doing hit pieces and fumbling the ball all on the mainstream media. And my question is, why are these the only people that the mainstream media deal with? It is more flat earthers in the community than these guys. You got ODD, Eric Dubé, but they always pick this same group as if they working together. And these ain't even the biggest channels. It's very suspicious. It looks like they're their implants. So let's move forward. If there's anyone that wants the mic who's on the panel, go ahead, unmute yourself, and yeah.
I was going to say too that as far as his claim that everything's going to be recorded and he's going to be top of it, that's good as a cop saying, "Oh, I don't turn off my body cam." I mean, I don't know what they're, but I like Jaron. I don't think he's dick or nothing, but he just don't get it. And it, because as far as I know, if you have had antioxidant on, you're going to know it. You know what I mean? Like, you won't remember it.
Well,
I know I have, but most people don't. You know what I mean? So he could easily be.
Listen,
bro.
Your audio is very. What I want you to do, Sacred No Ledge, I want you to listen to this stream when we done, and listen to your audio so you can tweak your setup for next time. But salutes to you. Let's go to the watcher, and then we're gonna go to Anthony Simpson. So be ready, Anthony Simpson. We're gonna go to you next. Let's do it.
All right, brother. I'm gonna years back. This is how you kill everybody with that the sun being 93 million miles away. All you got to do is go back into your archives, brother, and show them that video of the sunspot on the clouds caught by a high altitude balloon. That killed.
Sunspot on cloud caught by a high altitude balloon.
Right. You actually pulled that up. I think it's probably like 6 years, 7 years ago, brother. I've been watching you for a minute. You'll see sunspot. Now, how can there be a sunspot on the clouds if the sun is 93 million miles away? Impossible. Also, while you search that, I want to go back to when you had a caller that was saying that the sun came before the light because of the grass and everything that grew, because you need photosynthesis and all that. When the Most High says, "Let there be," it is what it is. I got a perfect experiment for him. I have a concrete backyard over here, and I got flowers growing through it. How did the sun penetrate the concrete for the flowers to break through the concrete to grow? Because the Most High said, "Let it be." Now, also to prove that what I touched on with you earlier in our conversation, that the sun is inside the firmament and it sits in the day, which is the light the Most High spoke. If anybody got a calculator, or you can pull your calculator up, I'll do it on mine real quick. You can go to Google because they know all this. They just keep it hidden. You can go to Google. There's 4 time zones. There's dawn, sunrise, sunset, and dusk. If you was to ask Google, and I'm doing it right now. I'm praying that y'all can hear my what you call it. All right, I'm doing it right now. You go to Google. What time was dawn?
Today, dawn was at 6:46 a.m.
What time? What time was sunrise this morning?
Today, the sun rose at 7:16 a.m.
So that's 30 minutes. Now watch this question right here. What time was sunset?
Yesterday, sunset was at 4:46 p.m.
I'll even do it better. What time is sunset?
Today, the sun will set at 4:46 p.m.
What time is dusk?
Today, dusk is at 5:16 p.m.
So that's 30 minutes. So the sun didn't rise till 30 minutes after dawn. Dawn is what? The first light of day.
Mm.
The night didn't come to 30 minutes after the sun set, which is dusk. So they already know the sun rules the day. It sits in the middle of the light that the Most High spoke into existence on the first day. I just wanted to get that out because it just goes over everybody's head. You know, are you still there, brother?
I'm here.
Yeah, so I want to put that out there because they know how the Bible works. It's just that we don't understand it for ourselves, and we just be in the go along, get along game. But with
I
you,
agree.
brother,
And
with you, brother, you putting out so much information, and I'm going to give you props and give you thanks to put me on that journey to find out the truth for myself because you was a part of my truth seeking. You know what I
I
mean?
appreciate that, man. Much
And
love.
just because I'm with you, I'm riding with you 100%. But just to prove to them for a weapon for you, just go back in your archives and you'll pull up that video and show that there's a high altitude balloon and it just shows a sunspot on the clouds. There's no way you can get a direct sunspot like you shining a
Now,
flashlight on the cloud. No, there's no way.
listen, I want somebody to actually email me that video link. I'm having a hard time finding it again. My bad. And
It's all
yeah,
good.
you just shoot it to me. Give me the link. Put it in the back chat. We'll throw it right up. But
Right.
I'm gonna go into the next caller. We got our
All right.
round table going right now. That means all callers are on the call at the same time right now. So it's gonna
Appreciate you,
get.
brother.
I appreciate you guys. And we're gonna go to global status. I know we got a lot of flat earthers on the call. We do got a globe earther on, but let's remember, no name calling. Keep it respectful. Let's talk one at a time. Global status. Are you ready for it, or you want to skip for now and come back later?
I'm ready.
Okay, then take the floor. You got 5 minutes to speak uninterrupted because this is your first time to the call. So everybody mute up and turn your mic up a little bit too. I think you can use a little bit more volume or speaking to it. But yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'm driving. Oh,
You sound good now. Go
appreciate.
ahead.
Okay, appreciate the respect. Shout out to the panel. Um, last dude was talking. Just on a quick side note, you still going by the computer with Google telling you when you could just go outside. But them times they be close, but they don't be closer than, you know what I'm saying, you actually going out there and seeing the color change from in the sky. So I had to put that out there because at that point you going along with the get along game part of what Google is telling you. But this experiment, I don't know nothing about the experiment. It's the first time me hearing about the experiment to you, brother Sanchez. So they supposed to be going and Antarctica. That's on the North Pole, if I'm mistaken, correct? Because I think the Arctic on the south.
No, they're going to the south, bro.
Antarctica on the south and the Arctic on the north.
Yeah, the Antarctic. Think of the curve, how it curves out, and the Arctic is inward. Antarctica is outward.
Look. I'm talking about that. Okay, I see where you're coming from. I ain't trying to I ain't trying to, downplay what you on, but just far as speaking, like what we learned from school, ain't Antarctica in the north or on the south?
They going to the south, bro. They supposed to be proving
Okay.
a 24-hour sun in the south, but that don't work on our map because of how the ring is. So they just basically
Listen,
picked a particular area on the ring on the outside, standing there, and then they filming a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so
so
they just observing. They
so
ain't shoot
when
like
you
no
say,
pole.
let me be clear about something. When you say that,
Okay.
where is Antarctica? Keep in mind that also depends on who you ask to, because matter of fact, I'm gonna show you why I say that with my slides here. I think I got a slide that explain that better, but it'll take me a minute. Let me go in my little folder. I'm finna pull up something we all need to think about when you talk about the South Pole, North Pole, Antarctica, and all that. So give me 1 minute, and I have it out for you. Hold on. Y'all can speak until the end, though.
I'm about to send you that link for that sunspot, bro.
Like so what I'm looking at, far from my understanding, if they doing that, I feel like, because I understand that, I'm driving on flat ground right now, but them doing that experiment, and I wouldn't say it's absolute, but if they pick up a good amount of, whether
Okay.
it's 17 hours, 23 hours, I feel like that'll be a good indicator that the planet is actually globe. That'd be a great indicator. Like,
What would be a great indicator? Go ahead and repeat that for them just so they can zoom in on a meter what you're saying. Go ahead.
okay, like if they pick up a lot of daytime with this experiment, like I said, because I know we deal with something like 12 hours, 11 hours. You know what I'm saying? 13 hours in a day. But like if they pick up like 17, 21, 22, I feel like that'll be a great indicator of curvage.
Now let me
And
ask you. Now let me ask you this. That would indicate curvature to you, but if it don't quite satisfy or indicate it for me, don't you think it'll be fair for the flat earther? Because I get it, right? If you as a globalist say, Sanchez, that's a dagger right there. You a flat earther, man. You should accept that, because at this point you kind of being stubborn. But what I'm saying, to be fair, I would say you should say to the flat earther, what do I got to show you to debunk flat earth? That's fair versus saying what would make you reconfirm a globe that you already believe in. You saying if you see A, B, and C, you're going to say it's still a globe. But you're a globalist. The flat earther ain't saying it's flat based upon what indicated it was a globe to you. So you got to meet them where they at and say, you know what? What made you even think that the earth was flat? Be quiet a minute. Let the flat earth explain to you, what did you see to make you say, oh, it can't be a globe? And then you got to deal with that thing that the flat earther just said, instead of saying, well, if I see this, that let me know it's a globe. Well, you already a globalist, and you can see anything, you'll reconfirm your own belief. But that's what's going on with the final experiment. It's like globalists, instead of them saying, what made you a flat earther? And then debunking that, they're saying flat earthers teach this and we're going to prove that wrong. And then what they say that we teach ain't even what we teach. They're creating a narrative and it's starting to look suspect. You see what I'm saying?
in a way, because I'm looking at it like, um, I'm looking at it like far as shape, like what defines a shape. Like what like indicators. I wouldn't necessarily say like you know trying to see. because I don't know what's in another person's mind, but I
Well,
know
listen,
a spirit.
but listen, you can know. I can let you know right
Right.
now. I can give you something right now, one of my receipts. And if you able to explain this to me, guess what I'll do right now in front of these 1,000 people that's watching? I will admit to them, this brother got my mind going. He got me questioning flat earth. Now, I'm not just going to hop all on you. That'll be stupid. Oh, I'm a globalist. There it go. You wouldn't even believe me
Right.
then. But I
Right.
literally say, you got my word, though. I'll say, now, hold up. That do make sense what the brother's saying. And now he got me scratching my head on this flat earth thing. And what's making me giving me problems, bro, is that this sun, we able to reach points on the earth, my brother, global status, where we're able to look down at the sun. And if you think about the globe earth model, my brother, it's never a situation on a globe earth model where there's any position or any scenario you can make with this cosmology on the screen where I can be on the ground, meaning within the earth's atmosphere. Think about this. Humans live within the earth atmosphere. Flat earthers say that the sun is within the earth atmosphere. So flat earthers showing a picture like this really helps their argument. Unless a globalist can show us how we're able to look down at a sun that's 93 million miles away, then the flat earthers got a very strong argument here that's supported with receipts and observation.
All right. So So you got me going two ways. All right. So let me see. All right. So let me go back before I get on that video right there. So if they pick up this is what I can ask. I got you. So if they pick up like 20 hours down, 23 hours.
Yeah, but one second. I don't think you're hearing me. What my show is saying, screw the final experiment, because once that's said and done, flat earthers ain't gonna become globe earthers. Now, people gonna think it's because we just stubborn, but I'm telling you right now what it's because. It's because people been ignoring the receipts and arguments we making like you doing. I'm showing you what I need you to deal with to change my mind, but you're just acting like I'm not showing you these images of people looking down at the sun and you going back to this Antarctic thing, and that's what the pastor doing. Nobody want to deal with the argument that we was making, which is that the sun ain't 93 million miles away. They want to change the argument, and you doing that now. That's what the final experiment is doing.
I was gonna hit on both points. I could start on your point first though, but I was gonna lead off the point I was originally first talking about the experiment. But I could lead off with your point. You go back to I don't agree with these video. Unfortunately, we living in 2024.
You mean that it's fake or something, or it's edited or something like that?
I'm gonna tell you why.
No, I need to hear you say out of your mouth, both of these videos is fake. You got to say that for the record. Thank you.
Yeah. I believe it's some type of AI dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, we living in 2024, so I like to keep the context. But
well, okay. So what about when I flew back home to Bama and I was able to record the sun looking down at it in an airplane? You never flew in a plane? Y'all ask us this all the time.
I flew in the plane. I flew. My pop took me in the plane since I was like 10, 11. So I flew in the plane.
Now hold on. Let me say one thing, and you can have the floor. I got to point something very important out. We had a globe earther on a call before you. His name was Rob. You know what he said? He said that these kind of photos and videos and images are normal, and flat earthers are acting like they showing something new, and that this can easily be explained on a globe. So the first globe earther said that, and I want to take a minute, global status, to give Rob his props, because Rob didn't deny it. He didn't say it's fake. He said, hey, man, everybody got these kind of photos. Y'all don't know what this is? This don't prove flat earth, right? And he started to explain it, but I didn't accept his explanation. But I will say he doing a better job than just saying, oh, that's fake. Because one thing I agree with Rob on is everybody got photos like this. He even told me what to Google. He said, Google sunsets in an airplane. People upload these all the time, Sanchez. So me and Rob agree that this photo ain't fake. These are normal photos anybody can take. I got some in my phone. You the first globalist that showed up and gave a kindergarten answer, which is all fake. And I'm going to tell you right now, ain't nothing else to really talk about if you believe it's fake.
You gotta hear me out.
I'll say, hey, it's fake. You got it. It's fake, and we can just move on.
Let me show. No, I understand there are other pictures. I'm talking about specifically this one because this is what I'm trying to tell you what I see from it. Go back to where they looking at the sun. Like I'm gonna tell you what's strange to me.
Here's the thing. For the sake of saving time, I'm the type of guy like this, global status. If you believe it's fake, man, cool, bro. It's fake, and you don't gotta prove it to me. Cause I ain't gonna argue with you about your belief, right? If you say that's just like if I was debating a globe earther, and the globe earther said, Sanchez, I'm gonna show you some footage, and I say, hey man, I don't even believe that footage. I think it's fake. And at that point, I'm telling the globe earther, I done made my mind up. You really ain't gonna convince me that, you ain't gonna convince me that it's real.
That ain't it though.
So, but hold on. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, you got the right to believe it's fake, and I ain't gonna try to make you think it's real. I'm gonna let you stand on it. That's okay, cool. I can agree to disagree. He think it's fake. Now, listen, what I'm saying is, that disqualifies you to continue on and debate the phenomena that's in the video because you're rejecting the video altogether. And I'm telling you, we don't really want to hear you investigate the credibility of these videos or play detective on whether they fake or real or not, because we got AI software that we can just run it through right now and tell us that. But that ain't what the show all about. It ain't about investigating the validity of these videos right here, because a flat earther didn't even upload this video. Guess what? Now,
that ain't what I'm doing though.
But hold on. Let me finish. The mountain climbers that uploaded this video are globe earthers. When they uploaded this, they was just trying to show that they are climbing the devil's back. That's the name of this mountain. It's Satan's Ridge in Connecticut. And they don't even know that they was giving flat earthers some ammo. They weren't even paying attention to the sun. They was just saying, look at us climb the mountain. But when they uploaded it, you know how flat earthers are. So again, these people are globe earthers who just climbing the mountain. They didn't know we was gonna take their mountain climbing footage and make it to make our argument. Why would they have to fake themselves climbing Satan's Ridge when they got a whole channel with them climbing different mountains? Why would they fake this video of them climbing Satan's Ridge?
Brother Sanchez, hey, type this in, and so we'll show him. It's called high altitude.
But hold up, the watcher. The reason I don't want to go into questioning the validity of the videos right here, because these are globalists who don't question the validity of NASA's videos and photos and live streams. So why you want to play that game with the flat earthers? You need to do that. If you did that for NASA and flat earthers images, then I'll debate you on it. But I'm willing to say, okay, you can reject mine because I rejected yours. I'm fair. I'm a fair man. I'm saying, hey, I rejected all of the images and video images of the globe, and it ain't nothing that a globe earther can say to make me believe in them images and videos and photos that NASA's showing. So respectfully, if a globalist say to me, Sanchez, I don't believe your video either, I got to say, okay, you got that right. Let's just move on.
But see, I don't reject it. I don't reject everything. I'm not a simpleton. Like I reject some analysis too.
But bro, You is rejecting everything, and it's okay because everything I've showed you rejected. It ain't like you rejected one of these videos. That's why I told you earlier. I say I want you to say for the record that both of these videos is fake. And if you would have said, Sanchez, I don't think both of them fake, but that other one look iffy. Everything I showed, you rejected it. So ain't nothing for me and you to talk about, bro. You don't accept none of my receipts. We can just move on respectfully. I don't want to know why you rejected them. When you reject them, I'm going to take them. I don't beg nobody to take my stuff. I got too much pride. When a person say, Sanchez, I reject what you showing me, I ain't going to force it on. I'm going to take my slides back and go to the next one, bro. Ain't that fair, though, y'all? I ain't going to waste the people time. Rob was... Because Rob was a Globerter. Rob didn't tell me that both of my receipts was fake. He said, no, this is real stuff. People shoot this every day, but you just don't know what you talking about it. I respect that more than it's fake. Because the globalists tell the flat earthers that. The globalists say, man, y'all say everything we show fake. How we going to debate you? And we can't debate if you just say everything that I presented is fake.
Check this out, Sanchez. Because I the way you doing it, I ain't coming off like that. So, like, I know that there are, that people have a lot of photos and videos similar to this. And what I'm telling you, what I observed, like, every time you see the sunrise and the sunset, it never be in the middle or it's always to the far end. And that's all I'm saying. From this video right here, it's not on the far end.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, bro, anything you saying after you say I reject your receipts is blah blah blah, because you now trying to explain to us why you rejected them. And I don't understand why, no matter what you say, which is why I'm not going to play that game with you. Is nothing you're going to say to me that's going to make me understand why you rejected my receipts. So let's just keep it moving. I'm not trying to force them on you. I say, okay, he rejected them. Let's not waste time with trying to explain why. I don't care why. You said you don't want them, so I'm going to take them back. Let's move. It's okay. Next caller, y'all.
Yeah, give thanks and praise. Listen, a brother came on before me, and he came from the point which I mean, after I'm finished reasoning, because I love the reasoning, and that's how I grow, yeah, is that I don't know if he knew that Psalms 50 verse 1 existed. For him to still hold on to the point, what he made, I agree with his point, yeah, is that he would have to take Psalms 50 verse 1 out of the scripture if he's reasoning with scripture. Now, what I'm saying is, he said that he had a concrete, and this is not verbatim, but he has a concrete, and the flowers grew between the concrete. Why is that? Because the sun shined right where the flowers grew. That's one. Secondly, he brought up where he went to Google and asked Google, when is it dawn? When is the sunrise? The sun rises because of our perspective. It just goes around, but we're gonna approach it from that angle that the sun rises. Now, I'm gonna just draw an analogy. I'm gonna draw where a car is approaching, and the light of the car is not as bright as the sun, but we'll get the idea. If the car is around the corner,
the sun comes and goes. It doesn't rise and set.
The light of the car will shine first. That's what dawn means. But when the car approaches, you can say, yes, it's a car. If you want to say it's a van, it's no problem. So with him going in on Google and finding about the light, and when the car approaches, which is the sun, it just proved my point. That it's the light of the sun causes it. You have to see the light before you see the sun itself. So
Genesis
that's my
1:16
thought,
made
though.
me go research that. I didn't just come up with that. When I read Genesis 1:16, when it said that the sun and moon and stars was placed in the firmament, and the sun was to rule the day, which I know the day is the name that the Most High gave to the light that He created. So if it rules the day, it has to sit in the middle. So I thought of going to check it out myself. That there's literally 5 time zones. There's dawn. There's dawn. There's sunrise, but sun
Guys,
comes. I'll
guys,
call it sun comes, and then there's midday, then
hey
there's
guys,
sunset, and then there's dusk.
can I make a suggestion real quick? I think this biblical Genesis thing that you guys are doing is actually taken away from the bill. Me personally,
My apologies.
with
Okay,
the
I'll
with the
scratch
with the
that. Can you
whole
just go?
dusk. Why, but let me say this: with the
All
whole
right, brother.
dusk and dawn and that whole, let's abandon that. And if
All
we're
right.
gonna bring up the Bible, can we focus on the part that says the circle of the earth? Like,
All
let's
right.
deal
Hey,
with real damnable scriptures that gets back to the shape of the earth, because
got
that's
you.
more concrete, you know.
All right. Can you share your screen real quick, Sanchez?
Yeah.
Type in high altitude balloon shows sun hotspot on clouds. And let's see the globalists explain that. High altitude balloon shows sun hotspot on clouds. That one right there. Have them explain this.
I'm gonna save this so that I don't lose it
Mhm.
again too. But
It's all good.
I'm gonna mute it because I think it may just be music anyway, no talking, right?
Pretty much. Ain't no
All right,
talking.
for sure. We can
I
talk while it's
shouldn't
playing.
have them explain this. This gonna kill all the
But you
arguments.
know what though, man? They ain't gonna explain it, they gonna explain it. And I love
See
this
how
video.
local the sun is right there?
Right.
See how local it is?
The sun,
It's
and
super.
listen, watch this right now. I want to show some with you with this video footage that they gotta realize though. If listen, let me do some real quick. We're gonna walk this slow. This big bubble that you see down here, right? Everybody under that bubble, they experiencing daytime.
It
Everybody
sure are.
outside of it is nighttime. Now
It
check
sure
this
is.
out though. So below the sunlight, if you look at the ground, the dark part of the clouds, guess what? Them people is in darkness. And the sun, now
See
hold
that
on,
sunspot?
I'm finna play this shit for you, bro, because the sunspot is at one spot. I need to, because what
It'll come
people
around
don't
3 times.
realize, right? Think about this now. The sun is brightening up one particular area that's right beneath it the most, and everything that's further out from the sun is in darkness. Now,
Exactly.
the crazy thing about this, if you look above the sun, that now this sun that we looking at, it's giving people daylight on the earth. I want my brother. I want you to let me cook for 1 minute so they can see what I'm saying. Watch this.
I got you, loved one. I got you.
I'm finna show them something that's gonna really make them think right here. Watch this now. If you was on the earth right now looking up at the sun, you will see something like this. This how you experience it from the ground.
Right.
But if you literally knew where the sun was, it's shining through darkness, and they calling that space, y'all. But watch this now. The sun, that so-called shining its light, giving you daytime through the darkness of so-called space. If you look above the sun, you see it's still dark above the sun. And this darkness that you see above the sun is what the ancestors was calling the goddess Nut. I can even show you like images of this stuff where this goddess represent darkness bending, and you can see all of the lights, and even the sun is within her body. That's
Stars
showing
and
you
everything.
that's showing you that none of these stars are going beyond the firmament dome, and that goes for the sun and moon too. You got the wandering stars and the fixed stars. Neither one of them going beyond the firmament dome. But and I'm just saying, this is ancient cosmology right here. And you can see that the sun is recycling itself through the layers of the atmosphere. You can see that when it go to its highest layer, it's in the goddess Nut's body herself, and it's traveling in the same layer of the fixed stars, and she spits it back out again right here. That's like what the sun is doing every year. Let me show you what the Egyptians showing us, because the brother got me cooking right now. Because this is what the whole Antarctica thing is all about. But because when we talking about what the sun is doing, that's what the argument is about. The Egyptians is telling you what the sun doing. And I don't think they can debunk the Egyptians. We ain't built pyramids and lined them up with the stars. Now the Egyptians is saying that the sun is above first of all, you ain't gonna understand this until I pull up this other one. Let me go to my other slides, because it's so much, man, that this is getting really complex. If you in the waiting room, stand by. Watch this. Watch this right here. So here is the ancient concept of the earth. See how that looked like a Christmas tree? When you wrap the lights around your Christmas tree, the biggest circle is at the bottom. And as you rise up, the circles get smaller and smaller. How many of y'all ever wrapped the Christmas tree with lights? Them lights it gets to be smaller and smaller as you go up the tree. And this is the path of the sun and moon. The sun is going through all of the netters, and that's what the Egyptians showing you right here. The sun is starting at the bottom with a big wide circle, and as it rises up, the circle gets smaller. Why? Because it don't take the sun that amount. Think about this. The sun is projecting its light in a triangle, and that light covers more ground the higher it is. So the sun don't have to make a big circle the higher it rises, because it's able to see more of the earth, just like an airplane. Just like the higher we go, the more distance we can cover. Y'all see what I'm saying? So the sun, as it raises up throughout the year, and we go to winter, and it's in its highest spot, it's still making a circle above the flat earth, but it's making a smaller circle. Think of Christmas tree lights. This is what the sun is doing, is making a Fibonacci spiral. And the spiral gets smaller and smaller as you go toward the top of the staircase or the stairway. It start to get to a bottleneck and reach this tip of the pyramid. This is like looking at a pyramid from the top down. The highest point is in the middle. And so, but the highest point in the middle, you can see why the highest point would be the smallest circle. The sun is going around this mountain doing the same path of light that we do when we wrap the lights around a Christmas tree. This is the ancient way how they taught this. And I think that the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Maya, the Olmec, they knew more about this than us. This ain't Sanchez teaching. What the people doing today, they trying to make it like flat earthers are making all this up, when we just teaching what the Egyptians would have taught. And in school, guess what they told us? The ancient people didn't know what they was talking about with the flat earth, but they never let us explore the ancient models of the cosmos. That should have been a history class. That's a part of our history that was deleted. You don't got to think about it. That's saying we ain't gonna teach this part of history because they was wrong. Well, you taught that they didn't have toilet paper and that they weren't taking baths and all that. You want to make us think that the ancestors were primitive and dumber than us when they were smarter than us. They can't explain how the pyramids in Egypt are aligned with the Orion. Think about what I'm telling you. This couldn't be possible on a globe. Just think about what I'm showing. Watch this right here. Every cycle, the pyramids in Giza align with Orion. Ain't no way this same alignment is gonna be happening for thousands of years on a globe model, dude. The ancestors knew that the earth wasn't moving, but the sky was. And since the sky was turning, if I make this alignment, over time, these stars will move away from my pyramids. But when the sky make a full reset, these stars will be back over my pyramids, because we're in a big old clock called the Earth. And the firmament dome is the ice wall is the bezel. The firmament dome is the glass part like that, but it ain't glass. But what I'm telling y'all is this: the moon is the minute hand, the sun is Horus, the hour hand, the word hours is Horus. And what I'm telling you is this: the
And the stars are the
ancestors.
second.
I'm gonna land right here, brother. The ancestors knew that the earth was a big, carefully crafted timepiece. And they knew
Yep.
that the ground beneath them didn't move, but that the sky did. And because of that, they built objects on the ground. They aligned them with constellations in the sky. And they knew when the sky made a full reset based upon when those objects on the ground made its alignment again with the objects in the sky. And that was called as above, so below, linking the heavens with the ground, knowing that the face of the clock don't move, but the hour and minute hand moves above that though. And that's how the earth set up. Our ground ain't moving. It's like a watch. But the hour and minute hand is the sun and moon that's ticking and moving above the ground. And it's like we in a big old watch with 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 9 o'clock being the four cardinal directions that's expanding away from the North Pole.
Exactly.
But let me
If
go
I
ahead
can
and pass.
reiterate
Yeah.
real quick, bro Sanchez, you got the hour, the minute, and the second. The sun is the hour. The moon is the sun is the minute. The moon is the hour, and the stars are the seconds. So that's the timepiece the Most High gave us to look
Yep.
at the sky. You see?
And everything is like, if you look at the pattern right here on this acorn, how
Yep.
you see the Fibonacci spiral coming from the central point, which is the pole that's splitting through the whole thing. Now, if you look at this pattern right here, this is what the AE map is. It's the same pattern. Everything in nature has the Fibonacci spiral. They turned that to the Milky Way. But the truth is, the Earth is the Milky Way, which is why I'm gonna land it, y'all. I'm gonna go back and forth with y'all. It's beautiful when we play volleyball. Just listen to it back. You will see how when I let you talk and you let me talk, and it's like a beautiful volleyball game. But watch this.
With you, brother.
Yeah. I know, but you know, in church we come, amen, hallelujah, but that ain't really good for radio broadcast and digital audio. But let me just land the plane here real quick. Yeah, making me lose my train of thought too. See, and it's actually unneeded because I know I'm going in. You ain't got to pat my back. I'm fine. I just rather you let them hear me legibly. But go ahead, though. I'm going to let you land. I'm going to fall back. You got it.
I just had a question. Hold on, man. I had a question though. Hey, so you was going into the AE map. So they out there right now recording a sun that's circling their head, right? And everybody know out there that the sun circle their head. So how does that work on an AE map?
How to exactly what? Can you take your time and go into again, articulate the question in a way that'll make it easy for me to answer you in a very thorough way. What are you asking me? Exactly.
All right, so Jaron Whitsett and all them, they out there in Antarctica right now recording a sun that's circling their head.
Okay.
So they get a midnight sun. They get a sun for like a couple of days or something, I think. I don't know. It's summertime out there, right? So it's like, how do you have that on an AE map when the sun at the same time, how it circled them? You know what I'm saying? And then be able to go around the whole map at the same time and still do the same thing.
Y'all, please don't do that. Hold on, let me show you something real quick. Because I think he was asking me real quick. Yeah, I just want to. Right. So how are you saying how to basically? Let me just simplify it for you. How do you have a 24-hour sun on the AE map?
Facts. And they said the moon too is circling them as well.
Let's do one thing at a time, my brother. I'm trying to be simple, thorough, and legible and all that, y'all. It's very confused. Listen to this back. If you got to think of a listener, don't just calm down, go slow. Think as if people who watching this don't know nothing about what we talking about. So let's be clear, legible, and all that. See how I simplified your question? How does a 24-hour sun work on an AEM? See how I did that? That's what I want y'all to do, okay? And it's good for everybody. Now, let me answer that question. I have my theories on how a 24-hour sun could work on a flat earth. And I also have my theories of how, if it don't work, how it wouldn't work on the flat earth. But my theories about what the sun and Antarctica doing will never change my ideology that I think I'm walking on a flat ground. And the reason I'm answering you this way, because I'm tired of wasting time. You got a group of flat earthers out here. You got a group of globe earthers out here. And if you want to convince me that the earth is round, the Antarctica argument is wasting my time. Because what if I tell you right now, there are flat earthers that teach a 24-hour sun? Won't you go look up their videos? They telling you how the 24-hour sun can work over the flat earth. You know they censoring everybody. But there have always been groups of flat earthers that have try to come with models and explanations for the 24-hour sun over the flat earth, right? And then you always have flat earthers that say, ain't no 24-hour sun. So I never really got into that. I just like proving the ground is flat. And I don't think that the 24-hour sun is a flat earth, globe earth argument. It is a 24-hour sun argument. I'm not a 24-hour sun earther. I'm not a non-24-hour sun earther. I am a flat earther. That means that the earth I'm walking on is flat and I can prove it. But that don't mean I can prove everything what the sun is doing and where it's doing it and when it's doing it. That's why I didn't call myself a non-24-hour sunner or a 24-hour sunner. I called myself a flat earther because I know I can prove that. And if you want to know what my claim is about the sun, is that your model is wrong. The sun ain't 93 million miles away, because I wouldn't be able to look down at an object that's 93 million miles away from me. So instead of letting you change my argument to some 24-hour sun phenomena in Antarctica, I'm going to stick with the same arguments that I've been making that made me say that the globe earth is some bull crap. And if you can't deal with those arguments, we can just keep going to the next caller. See how this works? See, because what I'm doing, I'm not going to let a globe earther change the narrative. My claim that this is the thing right here. Globe earthers say that the sun is 93 million miles away. And every flat earther in the world say that the sun is close. It ain't 93 million miles away. Why ain't we having that war and that debate? Why y'all trying to debate two little flat earthers that said what the sun is doing or not doing in Antarctica when most flat earthers don't even care about that? What we care about is that the sun ain't 93 million miles away. And globe earthers don't want to have that argument with us. They want to keep going to this Antarctic thing when guess what? At the end of this Antarctica experiment, the flat earth community is still going to be here. If you want to destroy the flat earth community, let's go back to the original argument, how it all started. And that was when globalists said the sun was 93 million miles away. And we said, no, it ain't. It's right up there within the clouds. And we showed these kind of photos. We said we can look down at the sun, and guess what globalists said? Show me. And I gave them this. And they ain't been able to explain it, bro. So they just been changing the argument to, well, let's see what the sun doing in Antarctica. No, explain to me how at any given time on a globe, I can look down at the sun. Impossible. Because look at what an atmosphere at on a globe. You will have to be looking down at the clouds. And if you looking down at the clouds and the sun, that's what flat earthers been saying, that the clouds and the sun are on the same altitude. Look at this model. And the only way I can prove this model is to show the sun within the clouds. And I can do that. And a globalist can't explain it away. Look. If somebody say, Sanchez, in order for you to show receipts to support your claim, you will have to show us phenomena on Earth where the sun is on the same altitude of the clouds. And I'm showing you 2 videos. And guess what a globalist got to do? They got to deny everything I'm showing them, just like the last globalist did. They got to say both of these videos fake, even though both of these videos was uploaded by globe earthers.
Oh my God!
The Christian pilots in this video are globe earthers. They was showing, look at this. They call it sunrise under the clouds. Because they are globe earthers. They don't even know that the ancestors said that is the sun you see right there, man. That's what the Hebrew taught. It's what all the ancestors taught. Just like you can look down at the clouds if you go high enough, you can look down at the sun if you go high enough, because the sun is within the same atmosphere of the clouds, like the Hebrew said. And globalists don't want to deal with this argument. They want to talk about a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, I'm going to tell y'all some theories that I've heard. I've heard that it's 2 suns. Now, you know what's crazy? Globe earthers and flat earthers got a 2-sun theory. Y'all can't just pin this one to globe earthers. I ain't gonna let you do that. You can't just pin this to flat earthers. The concept of 2 suns and the theory of a second sun is a big theory that exists in the globe earth and flat earth community. Don't even lie about that one. Flat earthers and globe earthers have this conspiracy theory, and there's a group of people in each group that have a second sun theory. The globe earthers call it Nibiru, and they got several theories about it. And in each group, these small group of peoples are laughed at. The flat earthers as a collective don't agree with a second sun, and the globe earthers don't either, but both groups have this group within them of the second sun believers. Now, within the flat earth group, the second sun group is telling you there may be 2 suns in the sky. And you wouldn't be able to prove or disprove that. It's kind of one of them things where you can say, man, that's a cop-out, because how would you be able to prove that? It'll be one. You see what I'm saying? It's like aliens are real. You can't really prove or disprove it, because how can you definitively say they're not real? But you can't say they are real either. You see, it's one of them kind of things. And a lot of people say once you introduce an argument that puts you in that position, that's a form of running. That's a cop-out. That's your way of trying to like straddle the fence. So, I mean, I think, to sum it up, I don't think we are going to know every damn thing, to be personally. I don't think neither of these groups know everything. Even the globalists will tell you, we still trying to figure out this stuff. That's why we got stuff, experimentation, technology, and you can debate that. But I will agree, no group got it all figured out. But what I do think that is a legitimate debate for both groups is the shape of the ground we walking on. Now, when any one of these groups shift the argument to what's happening in the sky, to me, that's a cop-out. You running because you don't really think you can prove what's happening on the ground. Because what the sun is doing don't tell me what the ground is doing. Everybody know that. And to me, I think that what's going on in the world right now is there's some people with a lot of money who's trying to silence this debate. If you like to debate the shape of the earth, there's a lot of people who trying to silence this debate. They want it to stop. And I think this debate is healthy. That's why these people are calling it the final experiment. because it ain't about proving the shape of the earth. It's about shutting up this debate. They tired of people having this debate because it's got us distracted from other propaganda that they trying to sell to us, like war and all of that. You see what I'm saying? But they got globe earthers and flat earthers working together for the money to silence this whole debate and conversation. And the conversation of flat versus globe earth is a debate that has always came and left society, because there's a lot of rich people that pay a lot of money to end this argument every time it rises up every age, because this argument is really the voice of the ancestors speaking to us through a small group of people whose third eye open, who can listen, telling us we got it all wrong with even our perception of our reality, which is why the earth is being destroyed. We can't, these people telling you they know everything about space and the universe, but they can't clean up garbage out the ocean on the ground. Simple stuff. Simple stuff. But I can go on and on and on. I want to share the mic. The point is, flat earthers are showing and proving, and globe earthers not, man. If somebody say the sun is not 93 million miles away, is right there within the atmosphere, just like the clouds, that person making a big claim in 2024. And if I was a globalist, I would say, bro, if what you saying is real, show me where a person can look down at the sun. Because if you telling me, Sanchez, that the sun is right there on the same level of the clouds, we can look down at the clouds, Sanchez. If you climb Mount Everest, you can look down at the clouds. So if I was a globe earther, I would tell a person, so if the sun is on the same level of the clouds, show me where you can look down at it like how we look down at the clouds, because the clouds ain't that high up, Sanchez. You do know that. We can climb a mountain and look down at the clouds, Sanchez. So if you saying that the sun on the same level of the clouds, show me. And we showed them. And when we showed them, guess what they say? It's fake, 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 fake. We don't believe it. The footage is fake. Now, you know what's, but let me finish.
All right.
Please, stay muted. Check this out, right? When they bring back footage of a 24-hour sun, people gonna say the footage fake. And they ain't gonna like that. But they able to call this footage fake. And my whole thing is, all of these debates are gonna turn into fake footage, who believe the footage. And that's why I said, why ain't we doing ground experiments like the Puget laser test, the Bedford level experiment, if we talking about the shape of the earth? This is a distraction, and somebody paying a lot of money to change the narrative. That's why I said all of the flat earthers that's involved with this so-called final experiment, they have sold out. And I'm going to stand on that. Because this ain't no, how is this the final? Who gave you the right after this ends all debates? No, it ain't. The debate's going to continue. And I'm going to make sure that this is a nothing burger. Somebody paying a lot of money to end this whole discussion, and we ain't going to let them do it. If you're a globe earther and you like debating flat earthers and you ain't scared of us, you shouldn't want to fight the end. Any man that want to fight the end is because he getting his behind whooped. The man that's saying, hold up, don't end it, let's keep fighting, he must be winning. Every man know that. If you thought you was winning this fight, you wouldn't be looking so desperately to end it. I'm tired of hearing about flat earth. What does it matter anyway? We gonna do this and nip it in the bud. This the final experiment. And it's ain't even an experiment. It's deception. It's fraud. If you gonna end this debate, do it fairly and do it the right way and quit misrepresent our arguments. Let's talk about the sun. Is it 93 million miles away? That was the original debate. So let's open the panel back up for people who want to speak and I'm going to shut my mouth and mute up and listen to y'all. Thank y'all, by the way, for letting me get my rants out and all that. It's therapy for me. It's therapy.
I got one for you, brother. They say low Earth orbit is 1,200 miles above us. Then they also say that the moon is 286,000 miles above us. But 6 years ago, NASA said we got that wrong. The moon is in Earth's atmosphere. So the Earth atmosphere stretches all the way out 286,000 miles. If it does, that means the moon is inside the firmament with us in the sky, like NASA got it right this time. Now that's from NASA. That ain't from me. No comments?
Me personally, brother, I'm gonna shut up a minute because I do want to let you guys build. I really, want to fall back and give my people who join and just no profanity and all that disrespect. But yeah, y'all go ahead,
Right.
man.
Go ahead, anybody.
Salutes to the panel, my brother.
Well, it seems like if you look up a lot and not look at billboards and TV, you can see, man, that the moon is actually closer than the sun.
Exactly.
Like the sun is not. That's why the sun gets so small when it get noon, because it's really showing you how far away it is. That's why it's different sizes from sunrise to sunset. Like that sun is not close. That sun is not close, man. Like
And
from my
please show him
observation,
that hot spot.
because we all going off of observation. That's what we doing. Ain't none of us been to the sun. So from my observation, the sun seems farther away than the moon, and I wouldn't necessarily say 93 miles away, but
It's 4,000
no,
miles
because when
above
at
us, and the moon
noon,
is 3,000 miles above us.
look, at noon, when you see the sun, look at the sun at noon. That it is not in the firmament. It's not in the firmament at all. That
So it's in
thing is
water?
up there at noon.
It's in the water?
Well, technically, they
Because
say
you
that
mentioned the firmament, because above the firmament is water, my
because
brother.
you asked me a good question. Listen, you that's a good question. This is what I'm saying. Because dealing with being out there in the black, you know what I'm saying? Because I know, the outer space term, but being out there in outer space, all that black, that's a different type of water too. So it's two types of waters. You got the water that's because we have a
Above.
magnetic field over us, which is part of the firmament. Like it's just like the earth, right? Cause the earth living. So it's the same way that you living. You got an aura over you. You got a magnetic field. You got protection over you. So the earth got the same thing because it's living. So, but when you that, but inside of that, and from what I observe, and in my opinion, that's a different type of water that we in, and outside of that is another kind of water.
Well,
And to
we're
me,
we we're actually in the same water. The firmament separates the water from above and below.
right, we still, but it's still a difference because just like the art that the Egyptian showed with the nut. One thing
Mm-hmm.
about art, when you look at a drawing or a painting, every individual get their own perception of that art. And
True.
what I get from that art with nut, like is everything that's black up there. It's like an embodiment to me.
Well, right, but look outside of the top of nut. What's outside of nut? What's above nut?
See, I ain't finna wreck my brain because you can't do that. Like, because when you look up sky where it's night where I'm at, and I look up in the sky, like everything is black. Like I'm not finna try to think about what's outside of that. That just
Right.
crazy at that point.
Get you, brother.
That's too crazy. But from my
Yeah.
observation, when you look at that sun at noon, man, you see how that high noon. You see how that thing is, man, and you think I got dang firmament extend that far up, like. I can't say that it's small neither, but man, no, I don't.
I,
I just don't perceive that with
I
my
got one.
eyes.
I got one for you, my brother. You remember when Bro Sanchez brought up the clock situation? You know, the hour hand is is the moon, and the minute hand is the sun, and the back is the second hand is the stars.
Right.
Every time you see that minute hand goes over the hour hand, what is that called? That's an eclipse. You
Okay.
follow me? So what I'm
I got
saying
you.
is you're so right. The sun is higher than the moon. The sun is 4,000 miles above, and the moon is 3,000 miles. So when the moon passes,
Now how do you get
when-
your calculation?
it's
I'm gonna
just
tell you
perception.
right now, the worst thing that a person can do is
It's try to calculate the
give
distance.
specific numbers with
Right.
this. Take
And
take
so that's
my
why
advice
I'm
on
saying
that.
for me,
Bet. I got you.
yeah, that's just for
Go
me.
ahead.
I'm just sharing
Cause
my understanding. That's all I'm doing.
in a debate, never give a specific. That's how I'm able to mop the flow with the globalists because they give specific numbers. And if you
Hmm.
one number off, I can exploit that.
True.
If you say the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, I'm on that number gonna be your downfall.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna
Definitely.
scratch those figures out through up there. But you actually right that the sun is higher than the moon. That's why the sun passes over the moon. You know, if you look at the clock, the hour hand never passes over the minute hand. So the sun passes over the moon because it's moving faster on its axis than the moon is. You
Because
follow what I'm
and the
saying?
reason why I'm saying this, y'all, what is spirit? If somebody say the brother got you, he said when you gave him them numbers, he said, okay, now where do you how do you get the calculations to be so specific with your mouth?
Right.
That
That's what
brother
we're
would
talking
have
about.
want. Let me show you how he'll win that debate. There's really no experiments that exist on Earth that'll give anybody an approximate number as to how fast these celestial objects are moving because we ain't on the same level as we ain't like there's nothing we got to really track the sun and moon or to give you an exact mile per hour. Now a person may say, why, Sanchez? The sun just right there. Why can't we follow it at a certain speed like that? You know, here's my honest answer. Even though these objects appear in the same space as us, they ain't in the same time as us. That may seem like a cop out answer, but
No, it's a true answer.
I think the paradoxical nature of time has created this thing to where we can't measure time. We can only be bound to it. Um, like when we say like a day is 24 hours. From that 24 hours, you should be able to use that to calculate an exact speed of what the sun is doing. But every time somebody give an exact number, it is never exact. In other words, I don't know if there's any absolutes. I don't know if you can. I don't really deal with numbers. What I deal with, because the numbers is the micro. I deal with the macro, the abstract. The ancestors didn't deal with numbers. Think about what they dealt with when they aligned the pyramids in Giza with the stars. They dealt with observation. They observed that the ground ain't moving, but the sky appears to be in motion. And what that led them to do based on them two simple observations was align the pyramids with the stars. Watch this. Watch this. Here is what the ancestors observed. That the sky was moving. Just like this. Here go time-lapse images of the sky. This what's happening above a flat earth, how the sky is turning. Think of a carousel. And how is this what's happening? If this is what we filming, you know this ain't the globe earth model that you see there. So if this is what's happening above a flat earth right here, the ancestors said the ground ain't moving, but the sky turning. To prove that, guess what? I can find a star that's above my house. And I can say, I can tell all of my future generations to track that star that's above my house. and let's see if that star moves and keep moving. And we'll know that the earth ain't moving, but the sky is, because we know what I'm saying? And that's how they gave you Nut and Gab. They said Gab ain't moving, but Nut is being spent around by Shu. He like tossing a pizza, he's spinning her around, spinning the sky. And that's why the goddess Nut, she held up by Shu, because Shu is like lifting her up, spinning her around to create what we see here. This is the goddess Nut, the firmament dome. You walk in any church, cathedral, any mosque, any temple, we created these churches and mosques based upon Nut and Gab and flat earth. You see what I'm saying? So the whole thing is this right here. The little steeple antenna that you see in the middle of the dome, that's the North Pole. There's Polaris right here in the middle. But because the sky moving and the ground is not, a person can put that to the test and they can tell you this is how the Mayan found out a long count. Because a long count is when, if I line something on the ground up with something with heaven, that's as above, so below. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. I make an alignment. I observe that right above my house, there's a certain star.
Yep.
And the future generations say, that star ain't above your house no more. And I say, guess what? One day, that star gonna come back around and be above my house again. And when that star come back around and align back with my house again, guess what I'm gonna tell everybody in my area? We just completed a long count. Because the ancestors knew that the sky was doing a big cycle. That's why they said what goes around does what? Comes around.
Sure. I've actually done an experiment with my surveillance cameras on my house to where I tracked the star on a 24-hour time lapse and sped it up, and that star came right back in the same position 24 hours later. Because just for me to have knowledge on what's going on in the sky, you can do that with, if you got surveillance cameras, you can do all that.
And you know what's so crazy about that though, is that if you look at what they giving us for their model, ain't no way you're gonna get this perfect alignment. Thousands of thousands every cycle. This alignment has been happening for millions of years, perfectly. And you're telling me that we live on something like this, but we getting something like this, and we getting something like this where people are able to look down at the sun. Check that out. We getting that right there. We getting pilots doing this. You see, the sky is doing what the Fibonacci spiral is telling you. Look at this. As above, so below. They don't want us to know this. They demonized this and turned it into this right here. This is a computer program. This is not reality. Everything they giving the globe earthers is programming. Look at this cartoon right here. And I just asked the globalists one question. I said, according to your model right here, how can anybody walking on the ground, walking within the atmosphere, because everybody within this globe earth right here, they ain't above the atmosphere. That's the final layer between them and space, the atmosphere. You see what I'm saying? So if the sun is outside of the atmosphere, you will never get pictures like this. If the sun, hold up, everybody. What we're gonna do is get the brother out of there who's Mike doing all that. We got to get you gone, brother. But let's do this though. If the sun is outside of the Earth atmosphere, you would never get images like this. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
Hey, Red, we gotta baptize you too. Your mic messing up too. Get both of y'all out of here.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, if you can pull that video up that I asked you to type up with the sunspot, the hot spot, and just freeze it and show how that high altitude balloon is actually in the same space as the sun, and it's like if you had a propeller on that balloon, you can just float on over to the sun And that hot spot on the clouds prove everything that the sun is local, not 93 million miles away, as your
Right,
podcast is about.
right.
You can just pull that up and it'll
He,
show everybody. I want to
but
see
I
them.
thought is this deja vu or did I pull it up and make it real quick? Let's make that again for him just to be clear. Thought we made it.
Now you just scanned through it
Let me
real quick and then you
see.
went back. See,
Okay. Let
there's
me let me pull that up for you. There you
right.
go. Hey, Rhett, and I just baptized you because your mic had hurted my ears. It was so
I
loud.
apologize. How is it now?
Yeah, there you go.
My
Salutes.
bad. I
Welcome
apologize.
back.
Fast forward a little bit as Brett finna talk, and you'll
Matter of
see a
fact, I'm gonna
perfect.
put it on two
Perfect.
times speed because it's pretty long
Mhm.
anyway. Let's put it on 2 times. When you reach a point you want me to stop, just let me know. But in the meantime, y'all can talk, say what you want. We can enjoy the
I
footage.
got you.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Them
Come up around.
sunspots is crazy though. Cause the sunspot right there in that one, there you go.
Right there. Let it go a little bit more.
There you go
Stop.
right there.
See that spot? Now
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna pan back up, and you will be able to. It's like you can just float right over there to the sun because where that spot is exactly where the sun is. The sun is above that hot spot right there. How do you
Mm-hmm.
get a hot spot on the clouds and look at the expanse of the rest of the light on the clouds, and it's only a hot spot right there. Somebody shining a flashlight right there, right?
Right.
Well,
You see what I'm
That
saying?
I also wanted to say,
and this is
um,
proof. I got you, legend. This is proof that the sun is local because it's only gonna make the sunspot in the specific spot that it's over. Unlike the
Exactly.
globe Earth model, which teaches us it's illuminating the entire side of a globe from far, far away. A sun
Correct.
that far away that's lighting up the whole half of a globe wouldn't create a little sunspot in one local area on the earth. Facts. Do your
Nope.
math. But let's go
It
ahead.
won't happen.
Some people still ain't gonna get that. I found out that even though flat earthers critical think a globalist gonna say, huh? What? Why? Huh? Yeah, dumb, stupid stuff.
Stupid.
And I know every day for the whole December and November, I've been seeing the moon out all day with the sun. So
Yep.
how is the sun outside of it when the sun is right across from the moon in the daytime all day?
All day.
It just don't make no sense.
And this is something I gotta do, and I'm gonna mute up and let y'all get it, Rhett, and y'all can kill it. Smoke signal. I saw you in my chat room earlier saying you wanted to address the flat power guys. What happened to you, brother? Come on up. Don't go to your channel dissing a nigga because I was looking forward to you joining. I'm gonna drop the link. Let me know if we see smoke signal. Go ahead, y'all.
Let it go. Let the video go just a little bit longer, and you'll see the sun and the hot spot at the same time. That way, we can't say, "Oh, that's something else." There it is. So it just you just back it up a little bit, and you can see the sun is just sitting right there. I forget the altitude that balloon is at. Right, go a little bit more, a little more. So we know that's the sun. It'll bob back up and down, and you'll be able to see them both. But anyway, I forget the altitude of that balloon. That lets you know that now that's perfect right there. Somebody tell me what that light is.
That's a hot spot.
Nah, that ain't no light.
And,
Y'all tripping.
and,
That ain't
and
no
so here
light.
we go. Here we go with
No,
this nonsense.
listen,
Okay,
bro.
what it is then?
Listen,
Tell us
bro.
what it is then. Tell us what it
Listen,
is.
bro. If you know, oh, check it out. Check it out, bro. I can't tell you what it is, but you know what I can tell
Well,
you.
how you know it's not
If
a
you
light if
know,
you don't know what it is? See the
let me
dumb shit
finish,
you be
bro.
saying?
Hey,
Oh,
listen, bro. Calm down. Let me finish, bro. If you know anything about projection, bro, that
oh
don't
my
even
goodness.
match up with the sun direction, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Bro, are you slow?
That don't
What are
even
you talking?
listen, bro. Do you understand projection?
Hold
Do
on,
you know
hold
what a
on. Wait a minute.
projector is, bro?
Wait a
Oh
minute.
my
Wait
goodness.
a minute. Wait a minute,
That
everybody.
don't even line up.
Hold on, everybody. We want to mediate this thing. Check this out. Here's how projection work. No laughing, just chill a minute. Here's how projecting work. We wanna keep this shit important and no book. Check this out, right? I went through this earlier, right? When the light from the disco ball is projected onto the ground, it will create the two-dimensional form of a sphere which is fill in the blank somebody. Let me see how smart you is. What's a two-dimensional sphere, y'all? A circle, right?
Circle.
A circle. Thank you. So in this case, the sphere is three-dimensional. But when you project it downward and it triangulates and projects itself, this three-dimensional pattern that you see on the disco ball, it's gonna play out on the ground as a two-dimensional circle expanding from the middle of the circle outward, like what we see with the AE map. Very simple stuff. And if you look at what the sun doing, the sun is like the three-dimensional disco ball up there. And you can see that the sunspot is literally the two-dimensional reflection projection of the three-dimensional object above it that is because the brother talked about projection, right? Oh yeah, I know about projection. And what I'm telling you is that a two-dimensional object is projected from a three-dimensional object, just like a light bulb creates a circle of light that expands from the top of the ceiling down to the ground, and everybody inside of that circle of light, you in the spotlight. You like let me show you something real quick about how simple this is, and I'll land right here, right?
Real simple. Just take the clouds away.
It's so simple, bro. Hold up. Hey, I'm talking. This is where it get confusing. This is where it get confused. See what I'm saying? One at a time. We ain't gotta take the clouds away. If I gotta take the clouds away, you stupid. I don't gotta move the clouds to know that if the sun is above the clouds, all I gotta do is do what? If you know math, I can measure the width of my circle below, and that'll let me know how high up the fucking source of light is. Cause think about it. If this light, if I drop it down, the circle gonna get smaller. Y'all forgot how this worked? The more I raise the light up, the circle get bigger. So really, how big the circle is letting me know how high or low my light is. This is so simple, y'all. It's so simple. It's as simple as geometry and triangulation. But when you dealing with the globe earth model, it is too much like right. So listen, everybody that's inside of the circle on the ground, they're experiencing daytime on the earth right now. If you look at this image right now, the sun is a three-dimensional object that's casting a two-dimensional big old circle below it, like we see here. And everybody on the earth that's inside of that circle, they're experiencing daytime sunlight in their particular area. The sun gotta take that circle to different people, and that's why we got different time zones, because when the sun is directly above my head, like this dude right here, don't please just let me cook, man. I beg of y'all. When the sun is directly above my head, like what you see right here, that's 12 noon, 12 o'clock. And when the sun get directly above somebody else's head, that's 12 noon to them. The sun is taking this 12 noon to everybody that it hovers above. It is creating time that way. And because of that, we get time zones. My 12 o'clock ain't your 12 o'clock, because it take the sun time to distribute time, which is why my 12 o'clock ain't your 12 o'clock. The sun it takes time for the sun to get to you to bring you 12 o'clock. It's what's creating time, the sun and moon. And it's doing it from a localized position inside of a firmament dome, just like a watch on your wrist. How the sun, the minute hand and hour hand is enclosed in the bezel and the dome, and it's all within the dome, not on the outside of it. That's the sun and moon. Time, this how time is distributed. So everybody in that bubble is saying it's daytime. Then when the light move away from you, just like if I was to move this light away from this guy right here, it's gonna leave him in darkness, ain't it, y'all?
It sure is.
And you gonna say, well, it's nighttime, the sun went away.
Can I build what you just said just now, Sanchez?
I'm a mute up. Y'all got it. I ain't gonna talk for a
Bro,
minute.
bro,
All
could
right,
I
so you
crush it
remember?
quickly?
Hold up. Remember when you were saying you had a birthday and you kept following the sun and your birthday was extended, and that's just like the video with the guy on the plane following the sun and it showed the sun bringing light to everywhere it comes. If you
Facts.
pull that video up, it's gonna show a plane following the sun. So how the sun is out of what they saying it when it's a pilot literally chasing the sun.
What was the
I think
name of that
I seen
video?
that video, brother. You on point. I
Yeah,
seen
that
that
was a
video.
real good video. From
It's cold.
Type in pilot chase the sun, I think. Because I
and
think he
was
was
it
like
a
in Egypt or something.
how long is it? Like a 20-minute video?
No, it ain't even that long. I think it's like maybe 15 to 9 minutes or something like that. I'm gonna try to look
Okay.
for it right quick though.
Yeah, help me out and we're gonna pull it up. Because when I was in Korea years ago, stationed at Osan Air Base, all of the sergeants, man, they would, I was begging to go home for my birthday, right? And they was like, "You're a lucky man. You gonna have 2 birthdays." And I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I was young and I went on this type of deep stuff. So I was like, "Huh? What do you mean 2 birthdays?" And they explained to me then, "Hey, Broderick, it's gonna be November 22nd in Korea tomorrow, but you gonna leave tomorrow night to go home for your birthday leave." So it takes a day to get home in a plane, whole day of flying. So what happened was it was November 22nd in Korea. Everybody gave me birthday gifts before I left. All of my soldiers and sergeants, they was Air Force look out for you. I got a couple gifts from people. And they was like, "Hey man, you double dipping. You about to go home and have your birthday all over again and get more gifts." And it was weird to me because they was trying to explain it, but as a young man, I was like, "Hey, some kind of way it work on a globe Earth model." I wasn't really thinking about it. Screw it. But I followed the sun. It was getting dark in Korea. Think about this, right? I left them in darkness. What happened was this right here. Let's go back to this. This circle that illuminating this man, that's Korea. The sun was over Korea at my airbase. And all of my people was like, because think about it, this is November 20, this is my birthday right here. And that birthday, the sun lit up my airbase, morning time, everybody like, "Happy birthday, Airman Paris." I'm getting gifts, but they let me go home for leave, right? So that evening, I got in my plane, I followed the sun, I left everybody in that airbase in darkness. That'll be like if this light right here move away from this dude, it'll leave him in darkness. But if I'm in an airplane following this light, I'm going to go to America where it's headed to, and it's just now bringing my birthday, which is November 22nd, to the Americans. It's leaving Korea where this dude at. And everybody there is nighttime. The sun gonna make a lap, and when they see it again, it'll be the 23rd. But since I left Korea that evening, I followed the sun back to America. And when it got there, it was morning time, and it was November 22nd. It was weird because I just left November 22nd on the calendar. And now I'm landing in America, everybody waking up, and it's November 22nd again. And I just lived November 22nd in Korea. 2 birthdays. Stuff like that, what happened to me in my life, is why it's so easy for me to know the earth is flat and that the sun is close.
I lived that same experience from Tonga Islands back to LA. Same experience. My birthday is on the 7th. I left that evening on the 7th in Tonga, and I landed in LA on the 7th that morning. So I know what you're talking about, brother.
Hey, man, salutes to my Tongan brothers too, man. Hell yeah, bro. I got Tongan homeboys, Samoan homeboys. Hey, salutes to all of y'all, man, for sure.
I be in Vegas a lot trying to look you up, brother. I'm praying that I'll be bumping into you someday. I will though.
Hey, look, man, you ain't gotta bump into me next time you in Vegas. Holla at me. We make a meet up somewhere if
Yeah,
you know and do it like that. Have some
yeah,
drinks and shit and all that. But
yeah.
yeah, cause Dave Moore came out here and he just
Mm.
popped up on me. He was like, Sanchez, I'm actually in Vegas, man. I'm up here. I said, oh man, I got to go up here and shit. I met him up there. We made a whole video in his spot when he came to Vegas. I think he may have had a Airbnb or something.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah,
yeah.
man.
My son, my 14-year-old son, is #1 post player, 8th grade post player in the nation. He plays for Sin City Sauce Boys out there in Vegas. So when I get back out there, I'm gonna have to hit you up, brother.
Hey, Sanchez, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear y'all. Salutes.
Okay, okay. Likewise, man. What's going on, everybody?
How you doing, brother?
I just wanted to add. I just wanted to add something, and I'm not judgmental or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I do believe in flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? I am a flat earther, but I base my knowledge and my experience on the book of Enoch, or you know what I'm saying, all these books, because it allows me to see a better picture. To me, I just think that the sun we got now is not the same sun that I remember back then when I was small. It's hitting different, you know what I'm saying? I believe that the sun was always low, but I don't believe the sun was always this low. You know what I mean? The sun back then didn't burn. The sun back then was like extremely warm. Because I grew up in the islands. You know what I'm saying? So the sun now is completely different. It shines different. It hits different. When you look at the lowest clouds, when you go outside in the daytime and you look at the lowest clouds, notice how every cloud has like a little barrier that looks like a firmament. So that's questionable right there. Like the last video that you just sent, it seems to me, I mean, even the Bible, right? Not referencing according to the scripture, but even the Bible tell you that at the end, the sun is gonna fade. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we seen two suns out there. I mean, people been posting this for like over a decade now. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
now all of a sudden, the sun feels different. China, Dubai, everybody tells you that they got the artificial sun. You know what I'm saying? But I think that we're just too focused on the wrong sun. That's just me.
I'm gonna
You
tell
know
you
what I
something
mean?
right now. I think we focusing on the wrong argument because if we did want to bring in the observation of the sun into the flat earth, globe earth debate, then the one argument should be how far is the sun away from the earth? Flat earthers say is local, globe earthers say is non-local. And globe earthers cannot prove a non-local sun, which is why they rather play around with, well, what is the sun doing in Antarctica? And the thing about that is the 24-hour sun phenomena in Antarctica don't prove neither side, which is why I went on record and I stand by it. If it's not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I'm gonna let the whole world know as a flat earther that still don't mean we won no debate, because I'm honest. So I want all of the globe earth channels that's listening to realize if y'all lose this debate, call Sanchez up. I'll come on your channel and let everybody know it is not a W for flat earth. It don't prove neither side. I
I
got
found the
y'all
video.
right. I got the globe earthers back on this one. If it just say it ain't a 24-hour sun, I'm not gonna let the flat earthers think that you won. You didn't prove the shape of the earth still. I'm very fair. Let me share this video. You got it in the back chat. I'll copy it and
I'm
put
gonna
it
tell
in.
you what to type in. It's Boeing 777 SEOUL Paris time lapse in 4K.
5-minute video.
Now y'all explain that.
Right. You can't follow a sun that's 93 million miles away. I don't know if they know that. You know what I'm saying?
And just like you said, the closer the sun is, look how big that spotlight, how wide it is, because it's so close.
Right. If you pause this video, right beneath the sun, you can see a whole circle that's lit up, giving them people daylight. Right? And everything outside of that circle is nighttime, just like we just went over with the spotlight example. We need to simplify this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take all the stuff off the screen that we don't need so we can really be simple with this argument, because this is getting crazy. It's so simple to comprehend. All right, let's close all this stuff and just leave up what we need. And then
when the pilot look over, it's pitch black dark on the other side, besides where he following us on that. Just like you just said.
I got you. For sure. The pilot that's following the sun is in darkness. You know why? Because he's outside of that circle that I just told y'all about. If that pilot ain't in this circle right here, and just think about this. The higher up you are, the smaller the circle is, which is why if you look at the pilot perspective, he's following a the circle is so small from up here, he would have to go fast as hell to catch up with the sun and get under its light. Why? Because he's way up here where my mouse at. You feel me? If that pilot was to go low, just say the pilot go lower, he would fall into the sunlight on the ground. You feel me? Everybody see what I'm saying?
Of course.
And I know y'all do. I just want to do that to, be thorough, because it's so simple. I'm glad you found this link, bro. I appreciate you for that. Because look, for the pilot to experience daytime, either he got to do one or two things: speed up hella fast or drop down hella low. Because this triangle base get wider as you go down, putting more people in what we call daytime. The sun is able to bring daytime to more people based upon the light expanding and covering a large distance, and there being enough space for it to triangulate and expand to create a big enough circle to create this phenomena. I mean, I don't want to over-explain it. But it's almost as if the pilot is catching up with the sun, entering the daylight.
You see they quiet now, right?
Bro, this video footage is the nail in the coffin, because not only is he following the sun, Retton, he sped up and did what I thought he wasn't going to do, which is actually enter the day. Bro, this is crazy right here.
Rest in peace.
For real.
I don't see what the issue is.
We know you don't.
I can see.
We know you don't.
I can see.
I got a question. I got a question for you. If you don't see what the issue is, that means be quiet a minute. You're admitting you need to be schooled on what's going on. So allow that to happen. Unmute your mic and answer this question so we can show you what the issue is. Because I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to see if you ready? The question is an object that's 93 million miles away from me is it in a range where I can track it, follow it, and catch up to it within a few minutes or hours, like this pilot did? If it's 93 million miles away from me, or is it so far away from me that no matter what I do, think about this now. Here go your model right here. All of the pilots on the earth are within the earth atmosphere, and they can't leave the earth atmosphere. The sun is so far away from the earth, is outside the atmosphere 93 million miles away, but yet a Boeing pilot can catch up to it in an airplane, and you don't see the issue here.
Tell me where you catching up at.
That's like me telling my friend who's an Olympic runner that you can catch up to this opponent that you racing against, even though he beat you with a 93 million miles gap. I'm gonna be lying to my friend if I tell my friend, yeah, you can catch up with him if he got a gap of 93 million miles. Not only can you track him down and follow him, you can catch up with him. And you lying to your friend. I'm gonna tell my friend, if that person you racing against is 93 million miles away, it'll never be a chance where you'll be able to look back at him. If I'm racing against you and I'm winning the race by 93 million miles, how are you looking back at me like how this man looking back at the sun right here? If the sun is ahead of him, away from him, 93 million miles, how is he looking back at the sun when the sun winning this race by 93 million miles?
Well, for one, you ain't the only person in motion.
Oh my God.
Also, hold on, because you asked me, let me answer.
Oh yeah,
Because you already know what I believe. Yeah, you know what I believe in. All right. So for one, you ain't the only person.
Wait. You believe in a globe, you can't prove it, which is why you so in denial. I don't believe in flat earth. I'm just presenting evidence and receipts that you can't explain.
I really know. I'm just trying to keep it light. I really know though. So we ain't got this. All right. So you ain't the only person in motion. The ground is in motion. Also, when you talking about when the world tilts on its axis, if the world tilts on its axis towards the sun, also if you are going, depending on if you're going west and east, all of that play a factor, and I think that's important that we need to add that context in there.
What kind of factor does it play?
What you mean, bro? Listen, bro. If
your
ground,
explain the factor.
Okay, so listen, because we were just talking about projection. So listen, if y'all get projection, I don't see how y'all don't get this. So listen.
I just explained projection.
Go back to that video real quick. Go back to the pilot. Because I'm going to ask
you talking about the ground moving, you talking about the world spinning, at the same time you talking about it leaning on its axis. If the world leans, listen, bro, because you was talking for so long. Now, if the world,
now you see, Russia is Russia.
Let him finish.
Let me
finish so we can get through with this and give you the mic after him.
So when the axis leans, so when you talking about the world spinning, because it got more than one function. It's spinning and it also tilts on its axis. So
that's
if
what
you
they
got
say, but what can you prove that though?
I damn near can.
Global status. Hold on. Global status.
Let
me ask you one question right quick. You see that that little dot right there, which is called the sun, right? You see that? You see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you see that said Russia right there. It said the Angara River, right? So that river from Russia and that man, all those, is that 93 million miles away?
It ain't close.
That's crazy.
That is not close, bro. Like from the sun, you talking about the sun? The sun is not close, bro.
Listen, bro. You see that right there, whatever his name, the river, right, in Russia. You see that right there with the line going down?
Right, the water.
Right. You see that line and you see that landmark where it said that river? And you see that sun right there and the pilot right there. Is that 93 million miles away? Because it got mileage right there in front of you. You're not taking it right in front of your face, bro. You talking about
listen, man. What distance are you measuring? What distance are you trying to measure without a ruler? What distance are you talking about?
Ain't nobody measuring distances. Are you slow?
I see the river. I see the river. I'm trying to tell him to tell me what points that he's trying to make.
So listen, so if you coming up to a stop sign and you see the stop sign, you know to slow down before you get there, right? Or you gonna just pull out and just go out in the middle of the street because the stop sign is so far away.
Say what now?
Hey, Retton, hurry up and make your point because he making you. I see what he doing, right? He's
No,
gonna
I
make
really
it
ain't
look like.
understanding him.
Hey, just go in and debunking with what you saying real quick, Retton. Go ahead.
You know how to judge distance, right? From just your eyes. But folks saying how far you is from when you coming up to a stop sign, you know to hit the brakes before you get to the stop sign, or you gonna run
Right.
out in front of the street, right?
Right.
Okay, so you looking right in front of you right now, and you not dealing with what's right in front of you, bro. It's right here in front of you. That's Russia right there.
What? Right. That's the
That's a
river. What is
lake
he
right
trying to point
there.
out?
That's not
That's
93 million miles away, bro. It's right
He
here in
added
Bruh,
front
a
of your
he
face.
added a variable. He added a variable
that's
talking about the
crazy that
ground is
you just
moving. We in the
so
air, so the
confident in.
ground is obsolete.
Come again?
You added a variable to this video. We're not on the ground. We're in the air. You talking about this? Everything's in motion. The ground is moving and all that. We're in the air. So
Yes, bro,
the
but you're
sun, the sun
inside the magnetic field, bro. You moving with the earth too.
Can I
And
ask
you
him a
you
question?
wait, what?
listen, bro. You moving with your plane. That's
Can I
one motion.
ask the man
Moving
a
with the earth.
question? We heard you,
That's
bro.
another motion.
Why you yelling to repeat you? That's a form of running too. Like, let's everybody take a deep breath. This is I'm about to shut down. I think we probably been going. This is getting annoying at this point. It's a
I'm just break
circular
myself
circle.
down.
It's a circle jerk, man. And all of the flat earthers, like, I don't have all day, which is why when I give y'all the mic, get right to fighting and beating on it. You know, find a way to debate globalists where you don't need their participation in the mop and the flow with their stuff. That way you can grab the mic and say all and just go in and you don't gotta because I'm gonna be honest. I was thrown off with the stop sign comparison. Like, I was trying to see how the stop sign thing and go in. It was confusing me too.
Because he was talking about using a ruler, and you don't need no ruler to know how far you is from a stop sign when you pull up to it. You using your comment. You using your eyes. You know to use your eyes. Say, well, I'm getting close to the stop sign, so let me hit the brake before I run out in the street. Because he was saying,
Okay.
do you got a ruler to measure it? You don't
I
always
got
need a ruler to measure distance. You can use your eyes and see.
okay.
Okay, I'm getting close to the stop sign because I'm moving up to it. So you
Okay.
don't need a ruler to know how far you is from something when you're using your eyes to see how close and how far you is from something. That's
Right,
why I said
right.
that.
I was trying to see. Listen, when I said that, I was trying to see between what 2 points is the distance you trying to measure with my eyes, bro. That's what I was asking.
And also
Like,
let
is you
me let
trying
me
to
let me
is
let me
you talking about the distance between the sun or the distance between the river from the plane? Why you
yeah,
can't make
and
it
and
simple
and
like
and
that?
to me, I want to make it even more simple. The man said the
In
earth
two
is
opposite
moving.
motions.
Okay. So, like I was saying, the man said the earth is moving with the sky, right? Let
Let's
that's
check
a
it out.
okay, watcher. I gotta put you in time out for a minute. So the man said that the earth is moving with the sky, right? And that's a whole nother argument we don't need to just go over that. And as a flat earther, I'm gonna give y'all the best argument for the globe earthers when they say that. And don't let them change your argument just because people have been laughing at it. You keep repeating this argument even when the laughter is there. And that is, if the ground is moving and spinning beneath me, why can't I just hover in a helicopter? And why can't this pilot right now just stop and let the ground keep moving? And then when another whatever, like if I want to go to Bama, why can't I just hover over Vegas, let the earth keep spinning, and eventually Bama will be beneath me? I ain't gotta travel to Bama in my helicopter. In fact, it'll be stupid for me to try to travel to Bama in my helicopter because I will be moving in the same direction as the earth and I'll never make it to Bama. In my situation, it'll be best for me to just chill out, hover a bit, and Bama will be up under my feet in 24 hours, within 24 hours, because that's how long it take the earth to spin. I can get to anywhere I want to go in the earth within 24 hours just by hovering. And why are we wasting gas and fuel if that's the case? Can a globe earther tell me why can't I hover and let the earth keep spinning beneath me to get to different destinations. I'm all about simplicity, and I haven't found the most simple question than that one when it comes to the spinning of the earth.
Okay. So basically, you know you're a magnet, you're electrifying being. We always talk
I'm a magnet. Okay.
Yeah, you can look at it like that, and the earth is a big magnet. So when the earth starts spinning, guess what? It's gonna spin right with it. So in
Okay.
order to stay in one spot,
Hold
you gotta show
on.
resistance.
Hold on. So you answered me, and I want to deal with the answer real quick. You said when the earth starts spinning, I'm spinning with the earth, and I knew you would say that, which is why I want you to look at what I'm sharing right now. See, what you saying only work in one direction. It only work in one direction. See, if the earth is spinning east to west, and when I get off the ground, if I'm moving with the earth that's going east to west, then you would be right. But what if I'm going west to east? What if I'm traveling in a plane from north to south toward vertically? You didn't think about that, did it? Look at this right here. What if I'm traveling up and down? Planes don't account for an object that's spinning away from it east to west at 1,000 miles per hour when they traveling north and south in an airplane. They don't. I was in the Air Force. I can tell you that now. If they got a destination to go to, they just go right to it. They don't say, hey, if you going up there, then you need to travel at a slant because you know the earth's spinning. Now, according to you, I'm spinning in unison with the direction of the earth. That would work if every airplane traveled from east to west, but they don't. Good try. Now you got to explain to me why the airplanes going up and down don't got to account for the fact that the earth is pushing them from east to west, like you just said when they get off the ground. You said that the atmosphere gonna lock them into the same direction that the earth is spinning. So my thing is, how is an airplane able to travel in the opposite direction and make it to a destination at the same time as if they was traveling in the same? You're right.
Okay, so this is why you got engines and turbulence. So when
my
you
God.
go in the opposite way, hold on. When you go in the opposite way, that's going to be more resistant. Like I said, when I'm talking about a magnet, I'm talking about something living. So when I went the first question, listen, my first answer was based on when you said hovering as you can levitate as a body.
God.
As you hold on.
I'm listening, brother. Go ahead. We listening.
All right. So I will talk about of a living. Now we talk about non-living mechanical machines. Regardless, they gonna need. This is why you got the helicopter, the blade, and you got the blade with the turbulence. Because when you go in the opposite direction, you gotta have more resistance. But understand that the winds don't always. Let me make one point.
This is getting
Understand that the winds don't always go the same direction as the earth. The winds go the direction that they go in.
But you said that though.
The wind. No, listen.
Let me ask you a question. When I get off the ground, is the atmosphere moving in the same direction as the ground?
Sometimes it do, sometimes it don't. It's spontaneous, man.
Hold on, bro. According to your argument, everything locked in. You just said it. I asked you, I said, why can't I hover off the ground and wait till that city get beneath me and just drop down? And you said, because when I get off the ground, the atmosphere gonna keep pushing me with the way that the earth is spinning. I said, well, that's only true that's what, drop a one if he said that, y'all.
Know what he said.
No, listen, I can reinforce what I said. I said you were like a magnet.
I'm gonna ask you the same question again, bro. I'm gonna ask you. We finna replay this right now. Let me ask you a question first. Is the Earth spinning east to west like we're taught by the experts of the globe? First of all, let's establish that.
Okay.
Yes or no?
This is what I can say.
Listen, no. Bro, I'm going to boot you and I'm going to end the show if you don't do this right. If you can't give me a yes or no question, we can agree to disagree, and I'm about to end this 4 hours and 30. You're taking too much of my time for simple stuff. And to me, it's like you running and dancing, bro. It don't take all that talking, bro. I'm asking you a yes or no question, bro. Which direction is the earth? Hold up, bro. I'm finna do this real quick. Which direction is the earth turning? East to west, west to east, north to south, or south to north? I won't give you a yes or no question. I'll give you either of them options. But you ain't gonna give me nothing else but one of those. If you gotta go outside of that, I'm ending the show. Cause it ain't that hard. If I'm twirling a basketball and on my tip of my finger, y'all, and somebody say, what direction is Sanchez twirling a basketball? Does that turn into a whole philosophical, metaphysical doggone answer where you wasting everybody's time, y'all?
Not at all. Not at all. He always do that shit.
Nah, bro, I'm dealing with facts. It's a problem that I talk facts.
Nah, it's a problem that you can't answer simple questions. I'm going to ask you another one. What direction is your ball spinning in? You get to choose. From which to what? East to west, west to east. Anything outside of directions, I don't want to hear it. I'm asking you which direction. So I'm not going to let you give me anything other than what I'm asking you for. I know what I want, and I said directions. Which direction is it spinning from?
That's crazy.
You got to Google it. Bro, it's east to west, and I'm not even a globalist. They teach that the globe spins from east to west. You should know that without Googling it, though, which is why I'm going to end the debate right here because it's just embarrassing now. Tell the truth, ain't it, y'all? Tell the truth. Because I'm debating somebody that's not even worthy of a debate. They don't even know what direction they're. That's worse than Billy Carson. Billy Carson brought up a source and didn't even know about the source. You here today to debate a globe and you don't even know what direction they teach that it turn in.
Oh my God!
I know he don't know when the sun set. He don't know when the sun set and rise.
Hey, man, y'all talking over each other. Show's over. I appreciate all of y'all, brothers. I'm not going to continue to debate because he's not worthy to debate me. I know what direction his earth is turning in, and he don't know. And I'm not going to debate nobody that I got to teach them their own model while I debate them. That's like trying to help my little brother learn how to fight while he got to fight against me. You're just not ready to fight against me, little bro. If I got to teach you how to ball your fist so you can get mad and fight me, I'm going to say, hey, little bro, I'm the one teaching you how to fight. I know you mad at me, but I ain't going to fight you, man. You don't know how to fight yet. I'm the one teaching you how. You trying to debate me on a globe earth model. I'm not even a globe earther, and I got to teach you that your model spins from east to west, sir, and I'm not going to teach you and fight you at the same time. That ain't right. That's bullying. I'm going to say, listen, little baby, go home and learn your model, then come back and play with the big boys when you know your own crap. Right? Because it's an embarrassment that I'm going to beat you up and teach you your own model along the way. I don't get glory from that. People are going to say,
we have some respect, man.
Guess what? No, I'm going to mute you right now and boot you. I lost all respect for you when I knew you didn't even know what direction your own dang on earth was spinning. How am I going to respect you after that? I just can't be giving respect away like it's cotton candy. You got to earn it. You're a man, ain't you? And you ain't earned my respect. If somebody can earn your respect, yo, and they show up for a debate and don't even know their own model, you easy. Sanchez ain't easy like that. Right or wrong? Any men on the panel? You can't get my respect that easy, man. You don't even know which direction your earth's spinning in and you want my respect. If I give you my respect, then respect ain't worth nothing. You can get it for anything. I gotta make you at least earn it, bro. You don't even know your own model. You not worthy of respect. You need to shut up, go home and study some more. And you ain't prepared to debate. And it take a person like me to not hold your hand and let you know that. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. We both men. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you embarrass yourself when you had to Google which direction your earth spin. That's no different than Billy Carson. Don't even know the own thing that he's supposed to be talking about. You don't even know what the heck you're talking about. Wasting everybody's time freestyling, trying to look like you know what you're talking about when you don't even know what direction your earth spin in. I got to tell you that. Let me Google it real quick. Nah, man, debate's over. We ain't finna do that.
That boy do that every time he come on here, man.
Yeah, we
Every
ain't,
time.
because I don't get no glory showing that I can beat up on babies. Like, I really need a globe earther that really knows they stuff. A globe earther that don't gotta Google which direction they earth spin in the middle of a debate. Because if I win that debate, people gonna say, man, that don't even count. That globe earther was a baby. They didn't, Sanchez, why don't you pick on a real globe earther like Mac Toon or somebody? Right? Because if I keep debating cats like him, it takes my credibility down. It's like a champ that's in the back alley fighting low-class fighters when you the champ, you Floyd Mayweather. That's gonna take your name down. That's why when I see that I'm debating a person like him, I just end the debate. If you want to know why, because I need somebody on my level. He ain't in my weight class. He don't even know the direction his earth spinning. And it's just not helping me to win a debate against him. What I will tell him, what I will tell him if he's listening in, go study, learn your own model before you can debate it, sir, and come back better than what you showed, and it'll be different. But you're really not worthy to debate me in the condition that you currently stand. Because I will have to teach you, I will have to teach him his model as we go. And I don't want to do that. I just want to fight my opponent, not show him how to fight while I fight him. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying thank you for your presentation and thank you for the time. Good night.
Thank you, bro.
Global
Thank you
status
too.
every time. Every
Yeah,
single
man.
time.
It's not fun when I got to teach the globalists they model while we go. That ain't fun. So I'm begging, please, I need a globalist that's a big wig, a big name, one of them big boy globalists to come on. Because I'm tired of these little babies coming up here. They don't even know which direction is spinning. And that hurts my image. That don't help me. Sanchez over there beating up on globalists. No, he beating up on babies. He happen to teach them they model as he go. So I'm really saying all this to actually summon some better competition. Rob and the last brother, it's just, this ain't that kind of flat earth channel. We the big boys. And I really need some people on my level who are globe earthers to come and spar with me respectfully. These guys, they just not, it's like you're coming to see a heavyweight fight, featherweights, and that ain't really worth your money because it's going to be over in the first round. Boom, he knocked out. Who going to pay for that ticket? You know? So I do want it to be a good fight, but it need to be somebody in my weight class. You know, a dude showing up that don't even know the direction the globe spin in. Come on, man. Let me end the show with that one, though. Thank y'all so much, though, once again.
Sanchez,
Though.
when you get some time, I want you to look at that video where Pierre Morgan did the your man's Neil deGrasse Tyson the other day. Made him look crazy.
Hey, send me the link on my email, and I'm going to make it a live stream. We'll call in about it and do the whole review with it. Send me the link, and that goes for everybody. Link me up, and you know I'll go live on these things because I be under a rock, and y'all be letting me know what to talk about. So appreciate that. I'll be looking forward to these links, and I will be following up on all of your email links with the streams. So peace and love. Appreciate y'all, and I'll see y'all on the next one. But, and before we go, if you are a Patreon, I want to clap it up and say thank you. Welcome new Patreons, and salutes to old ones. Thank y'all. If you are a person, if you're a person that like what I do and how I do it, you get a entertainment and enlightenment or whatever you get from watching my content. I don't have a super chat button, but I do have my Cash App link pinned to the top of the stream. I always say a little helps a lot, and I want to thank the people that hit the Cash App today. I want to thank y'all so much for contributing to the show, because every show is the same people that hit the Cash App, even though it's thousands watching. And I do want to say that if you do like the content, obviously you do, help us make more by hitting the Cash App until we are able to get the channel monetized back with YouTube. Until then, we're going to say, hit the donate button. Thank y'all so much. We out.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see.